Good evening. It's Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're continuing our playthrough of the Seventh Citadel, the second campaign, second curse, called Drums of Desolation. We're on session 9 now, having mucked up session 8 pretty badly. We got an assignment. Well, I mean, we almost caught the culprit, but we didn't. So we're going to revisit that in a second. Let's just check in with Jonathan Warner, see how he's doing. Viewers of this channel know Jonathan quite well as you can know someone on YouTube. Although I frequently think these days that we should have like a little meet the viewers session, because we've got so many regular viewers. It might be nice for people to get to know you. 3 concurrent viewers. It's just me and Jonathan on these 7 Citadel sessions. Although we've got Andy Corbett has been watching the streams, not live, but afterwards, and giving us some good feedback and catching where we make mistakes. It feels like with 7 Citadel, you need a whole team, a whole pipeline of people to find all the mistakes. I know I'm not the only one making mistakes during playthroughs. Usually they're small. Occasionally they're bigger than that. Speaking of which, I just got this down off the wall and noticed, we use feathers to explore these 2 map areas and never reveal them. And that was like months ago, Jonathan. They are places we've seen before. I believe we've seen this one, although it doesn't have a green mark. So maybe that means we haven't in a previous playthrough. But we should take a look at these today, and then maybe we'll decide to use feather upgrades to try to take a peek at an area we've never seen before. Before that, though, let's just do a little bit of bookkeeping. Over the weekend, I played a 3-part session of Voodoo Dolls, an expensive deluxe dossier cold case game that had some problems, and you can see my spoiler-free little mini review at the end of those sessions. But I've got another 1 or 2 games from Murder & Co. that are even more expensive that we've got to get to eventually. This one was kickstarted and it had some problems. It feels a little unfinished. And we also finished up a Dear Holmes case on Sunday. That was one of our favorites. Lots to debate about. This coming Sunday, our very own Anna, who's been playing along with me for a long time as one of our top detectives here in the channel, has written her own multi-part mail letter game in the spirit of Dear Homes, which we will start playing the week after next. On Sunday, this Sunday, however, there will be another design diary for the game I've been working on, New York Noir, formerly High and Low. I really could use feedback on that. I've got some questions, some opinions, some variants to show you of box covers and titles and subtitles and taglines, and I really need your help picking out which are best. So I hope you'll tune in this coming Sunday for that. Let's check in with Jonathan. Jonathan says he played a mystery video game on Steam called Mind Cop. I have never heard of that one. I'm quite curious about the Steam games that have the live motion video, Her Story and the follow-up, where you're watching old video footage to piece together a mystery. I'm a little bit tempted to start dipping my toe into these PC mystery games. I do want to talk about a couple things I watched, though. I've already recommended quite a bit on this channel Black Mirror. I recently rewatched from season 7 the USS Callisto episode with Jesse Plemons, which is amazing. And there's another one called Someone is Awful. I forget the name of the person who's awful. Those 2 episodes are really good. And they've just announced the new season of Black Mirror. And I can see in the trailer, they are doing a follow-up to the USS Callisto episode, which is one of my favorite Black Mirror episodes. So that is very cool. And I watched on Netflix a 4-part new drama on Netflix called Adolescence, which is not going to be for everyone, but really beautifully done. And I didn't even realize it until afterwards, but apparently every 1-hour episodes of these 4 are filmed in one take. And the acting is really well done for the most part, but it's a sort of family tragedy. It's one of those shows where not much happens, but it's more about the dialogue and the scenes, but absolutely worth watching. And then yesterday I went with some friends here to see 2 movies. We like to see double features. We saw Black Bag, a spy movie, and Mickey 17, which is sci-fi comedy by the director of Parasite. I forget his name. Anyway, I did not like either of them. And Black Bag, which I was really looking forward to, I really disliked. Now, the people I were with liked it, and all of the online reviews seemed positive, but to me, it felt dumb, ugly, filmed terribly, writing terrible, acting bad. Kate Blanchett looked like a robot. She looked like there's something wrong with her. I really disliked it. Sort of pretentious and lazy. Really unfortunate. And I don't understand why it's getting such positive reviews. Okay. I guess it's time for us to play 7 Citadel. Jonathan, I think we need to start with this. We have forgotten to do these, and we could have been exploring this whole place if we had. All right, so here's 55. You have sent a small group of volunteers to scout. So let me explain how this works. When you get upgrades for the feather cards, you have to put them connected to this. You put them in during the upgrades, and then you get to read them at the start of the next preparation phase. And because of that, you can't on one iteration, on one scenario, you can't like build a whole bunch of them, because you can only connect to the arrows. And so once you do these 2, you can't build out from there until the next preparation phase. But since we did these so long ago, we're just back. We're doing these before this current upcoming preparation phase. Okay. You went to scout the territory east of the Citadel. When you return to camp, you learn about what they've discovered here during the preparation phase. So this isn't this preparation phase. I'm just doing a previous one. All right. So this is what we've uncovered. I don't think we've actually done this one before. So we can see there's our abandoned inn. We've been there. There's the Rockery Gorge, Pit Deep. This gives us names for places. But when we've played our first scenario, we hoped that these would give us places we could now discover. But instead, from our first scenario, Jonathan, most of what we found is that, well, it just gave us labels of things, and occasionally the game will tell you, hey, if you can see Kel's column on your map, then you can start there. But it didn't give us the exciting exploration treasure map that we had hoped. I think the hamlet is where the sick people are. Okay, anyway, this goes in here, but we get to read 55, something we sometimes forget. So let's go read in our dialogue book 55. We traveled east along the Singing Lane and stopped at an old abandoned inn. Before reaching a great column reminiscent of Kel's coat of arms, we were slowed by scree in the Rockery Gorge. We then headed north and crossed a wide crevasse by the Pit Deep Bridge, which seemed to be the only way to pass. After the bridge, there's a small hamlet with a few shacks and vegetable gardens. The atmosphere here was rather gloomy, and we decided to head back to the Citadel. All right, but it does give us a little book knowledge, which is already at 16 for us. But I'll advance that. Okay. And then, okay, what's happening? Oh, I did on the wrong view? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. So now we have this one. I guess I'm allowed to zoom in here. Small group of volunteers to scout the mire, the swamp that lies further south. That's where we spent the last two rounds, last two scenarios. It might have been good to have a map of the place. There's the old cemetery. There's the herbalist. Wormholes, bloody plain, and a very scary giant skull here. But you might imagine, Jonathan, that if we kept getting feathers, we might be able to find our grave of our knight, of our Amber Knight. All right, so we put this into the mire. The mire was one of the first places we ever went when we played 7th Citadel. We went down here and we got ourselves into deep trouble. And it's kind of fun that last couple scenarios we've just had a cakewalk because we know what we're doing. But we're going to read this now, but then let me remind you, this green dot means we've done this before. So we have looked here before. Oh, and we have looked here before, but we've never looked here and we've never looked here. So these two places, if we got feather upgrades, we'd be seeing new stuff here. Or, of course, we could go this way and then further this way. All right, but let's read 66 first, which we have read in the past. We reached the mire, where the great sea has submerged the entire eastern section. An herbalist lives there near the crossing river estuary. She gave us a taste of one of her beverages. It stank of carrion, but it revived us. After that, our progress through the swamp was particularly difficult, especially here, where I drew a skull as a warning after Magia almost drowned in a deep mud puddle. Once we passed the crossing river, the terrain changed, giving way to plateaus overlooking an expanse ravaged by burrowers. Large round plants proliferate here. And Magia was feverish for 2 days after scratching herself on one of their prickles. From there, we headed east, but quickly turned back as Magia came close to being hacked to pieces by the tall grasses of the bloody plain. We've been there. We know how bad they are. It's been a rough ride. He thanked Raylene for the information from his trying journey. And then we go +1 book. So, yeah, I think we know all that. All right, let me give ourselves knowledge. As we expected, we are maxing out our knowledge. We're starting to max out these, but I guess we're not maxed out yet. All right, so if we wanted to, we could, if we wanted to get maps that we've never seen before, we could go here and here. We know the sea has been expanding, so it wouldn't be crazy to sort of get some stuff, but we've been here. We've been to the carbon line. I mean, we've been there in person. Not sure. We know that Water Bank is up here somewhere. I think here. And we've been... We don't know where the Amber Knights place is, though. I'm kind of curious to find that. But no, we can't look down here, Jonathan. Oh, there's Stony. I guess we've been there ourselves. We actually have been here ourselves. For what it's worth. There was comments about us missing something about that territory and our amnesiac. Not sure how we want to handle visiting that area again. You're absolutely right. Someone posted on our playthrough that we should pay more attention to our amnesiac friend and to the rivers we got stuck in. Or rivers that were dangerous. And we could read that in case that had any more clue. Let me just show you the amnesiac guy, because he's with us. Where is he? The stranger. So someone said, you should pay more attention to this. Now, when I looked at this, I said, wait a second. Are they saying I should pay attention to that because that guy looks like me? But I think they must have been saying something else. It says, when you reveal an injured card, take 13 and try your luck, and he would get injured instead of us. But what else could we see on him, other than he looks like me, perhaps? Is there something on his collar that we should care about? It's weird because, first of all, why is it sort of shaking back and forth? Is that my camera? I don't think I can stop it. I might have to figure out how to stop this camera from being so delicate. Or we can turn any symbol into a flag. That's not really helpful for us. I don't really see anything about this guy. Unless the person was saying that it's like, I don't like this little swinging. I gotta figure out why my camera arm is doing that. It's not, he's got nothing interesting, like his collar has some sort of symbols, but I don't see anything else to do with this. I'm not sure what that person was telling us. What about the other side of this? Survivor seems to be in shock. What happened to you? I have no idea. Well, let's start with something simple. Who are you? I don't know. I don't remember anything. Where do we find this guy, Jonathan? Do you remember? We rescued him from the water. We were told to look in. It had to do with the water, and we've rescued him from the water. I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's see if where this mission sends us, where this current mission is going to send us, because if it's going to send us back down there, which wouldn't be a surprise, then we're down there anyway. All right, let's remind ourselves what happened and where we are. We got to this interlude called the poisoning. And it said, you got two ways you could tackle this. You can either go get ingredients to prepare an antidote, or you can try to go on this mission to find the group that got lost looking for the healer. And it says, that's the one you should play if you're solo. We did this one. We did this one. And we accused the wrong person, essentially. And when that happened, the poisoner committed suicide. And we're told to go do... So now we have to go and do... I guess that's not the right epilogue. We went to 34. Okay, we played this mission, the healer's antidote. We tried to find them. And then we go to 37. Conclusion B, the person committed suicide. We accused the wrong person. Is this the conclusion? Oh no, it was this one. Epilogue C. Okay. So this was the epilogue we got, which is this woman, Mahal, was the poisoner. She committed suicide. And so we returned, and because we failed, we are now going to play the alternate scenario, which is the mission that it said is not ideal for solo play, Bale's Antidote. So this is what we're doing right now. All right, we do have some Hope Reborns to use, just a couple. So let's just read our introduction here, and then we'll decide what to do. Okay, all cards that are temporary get sent back. I guess we don't have any of those. We do have 2 Hope Reborns. Let me put this out of the way. All right, unblock all your hand cards, which are these. And then everything gets discarded. Oh, there we go, focused. Okay, everything gets reset. Focused and unleashed get returned. All of our hand cards get unblocked. Okay, shuffle all our cards, fine. All right, now all our companions get blocked. They're going to be expensive to get back because we've got so many of them. We've got the Stranger, NAL, Bald, Cardiac. So, and we left our engineers at home. Okay, these guys all get blocked. We'll have to pay to wake them back up. Baal lists the ingredients needed for the antidote. From what I heard, you should find some Rizia berries in the east, toward where the Wind Cross or the Standing Stone are. I'd also need a piece of migrainers, corals that can be found in the bottomless sea, as well as some vigorina roots, and a perennial that grows in any climate. For the piece of giant turnip, look southwest of the Citadel beyond the Bloody Plain. All right, where we know where those are. Finally, I need morning teas, but I have no idea where these mushrooms grow. The mushrooms are absolutely necessary, but if any of the other ingredients are unavailable, I should still be able to create a remedy by substituting a gambler's boon. Okay, so we've got to find all these ingredients for the person and bring them back. So this is a different kind of mission that we've not been on. A little treasure hunt. Okay, so we need Rizia berries. Sounds like this is going to send us all over. And that's in the east, near the Wind Cross and the Standing Stone, or the Standing Stone. Okay. Migrainers, corals. And we're told that those are at the bottomless sea. Vigorina roots. Perennial that grows in any climate. And then we need a giant turnip. We know what those are. Those are dangerous. In fact, we swore never to go near them again. Those are in the southwest near the Bloody Plain. So we are going to be going back there, Jonathan. And if we could take a mage down there, we know something for the mage to do. Finally, I need morning teas. These are just the mushrooms that you encounter regularly. And then if we have a gambler's boon, we can use it to substitute for one of these others. Okay, so those are the things we're looking for. And there's our symbol right there. It looks like a little mushroom. Okay, so that's the symbol we're looking for. And if we wanted to encounter our minstrels that we skipped, if we run into them and decide we're going to allow ourselves to do that, we could also keep our eye open for that. All right. So first objective is to find those things. Secondary is we need to have 8 buildings or the community is going to be upset. I believe we have 8. We have 2 homemade buildings, and then we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have plenty for that. Take a 368, which is going to be our get home quickly, I guess. No? Oh, look at what 368 is. Look how cool this is, Jonathan. When one of the following ingredients can be seen on your terrain card, you grab one of these. So these are the different objectives. So we just have to find it. It's not going to be like a symbol-specific card. We just have to, we don't actually have to touch those turnips, in other words. So there's the morning tea. There's the Varangus Vigaria roots. There's the giant turnip. These are the migrainer corals at the bottom of the sea. And what is this? This is the Rhizia berries, maybe. One of these is Rhizia berries, and one of these is the corals. We can look at our old map photos, I think. Yeah, I think we can look at our old map photos. Are these the berries or are these the corals? Which one? I think these must be the berries. And these must be the corals. Oh, I'm not sure. All right, let me just get everything set out. And then it wants us to take a 45 card, which, well, 45 card isn't the starting out. Maybe that's the fast return. Yes, 45 is the fast return to the Citadel. Okay, and then this one says, Bale is noted on this scroll the list of ingredients needed for the antidote to ambrasus. Okay, that's fine. He's over there. Normally we just walk back. We don't often use that. Okay, let me put these cards here. Okay, ground shiver is 7 again. We have 60 life. That's a lot of life. Should be plenty for us to do some exploring. 2 cards for our hand. Well, let me just wait on that. Unblock companions for 2 life points. So, is there anyone we don't want to unblock for some reason? Artist, scholar. I think in general we tend to just unblock everyone. It's worth 2 life to unblock everyone. What about this guy? There's no real point. He's not very useful for us. Injured, mortally injured. It's weird. It doesn't trigger a story. I mean, I think you carry him around because occasionally we might get a dialogue that says if he's there, it'll wake him up. Is it possible he's one of our people? Jonathan, is it possible that this guy is from our backstory? Ribic and the Owl, the only 2 surviving Legionnaires, know something you do not. They have at best been taken to one of the other citadels. You will not discover the truth by remaining locked up. Aber and Mid, what are your chances? Like, is it possible that's one of our friends from Aber and Mid? Maybe asking for too much. I don't know what to say. The question is, do we bring him with us just to bring him with us? In case something asks about it. I guess I would say let's do it. Let's bring them all. That's 8 health, though. Surely we don't need them all. Like, we don't need this guy. Are we going to bring him just for that? Just in case we get some dialogue? Is it worth 2 health? I guess we're doing it because we're in for the story. I just want to look at his collar. Don't really see anything. So weird. All right. We're going to bring them all. That costs us 8 health points. just in case. That brings us down to 52. Okay. So they're all back awake and joining us. Got 2 flutes. Okay. So before we return our Hope Reborn, it's time to use our 2 Hope Reborns that we've earned. And we're in the preparation phase, which means we should also decide what to do about plans and mechanisms. We could leave them at home and get a building box, or we could take them with us now. So that could give us 3 building blocks if we wanted, or 2 upgrades and a building box. Now, before we do that, I want us to talk about this. I want us to have a good long talk about this. So I see 2 compelling things to do, 3 compelling things to do. One is to build our mage, because we are going to the southwest where we know there is this special thing that a mage can unlock. So we could build this, bring the mage with her. That's a very powerful character. We would love, that character would help us bulk up and be stronger. Is it overkill for us? Are we already strong enough? It's tempting to say that we might be. But then the other thing would be to go for feathers and try to unlock before the end of this mission those places on the over map that we've never seen. So we could unlock a feather this way. And then the third thing we could try to do before the end of this campaign is get to this other number. And in fact, because we've built the astrologer hut, that's our homemade building we had to pay for. When we mark up our reflex, we can choose any other upgrade. So in a sense, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can head towards this number by doing these things here. 1, 2. And then use those for either feathers or buildings. Okay, so why don't we do this, Jonathan? Here's my proposal. I propose that we leave the engineers at home again. So if we leave the engineers at home again, yeah, you take one of these people and then you return them. Let them stay to check a buildings box. So I suggest we use this. We leave the engineers at home, even though we like them, but let's let them stay home because we're going to get the mage. All right, so we're going to let them stay home, which gives us 1 building point, which we're going to use to help get the mage. And then we're going to spend one of our Hope Reborns to go here for the next. Sorry, I already did that one. This one here, in order to build the last spot of the mage's building. So now we've triggered 234 to get the mage, which I think Jonathan will agree is one of the more powerful people you can take with you. The Arcane Well. So we get a 246. which is this apprentice arcanist who's can do spell casting, which is amazing. And she can create these things. But the spell casting is the powerful one. Okay, so she's coming with us. We've got a whole troop with us. All right, and then these can go away. Okay, now we still have one more Hope Reborn. And I think we should get a feather with that. So I think we cross this off. Did I already do this one? I know I had 2 to cross off, but now I don't remember if... Looks like they're not technically a mage. You're right. They are an arcanist. I wonder if this guy's a mage, Jonathan. Is this guy a mage? How would we wake him up and let him know he's a mage? All right, so it looks like our girl here is not actually a mage. Well, we might have to think about that. Maybe put him in the water, he'll remember. All right, let's do one thing at a time. Good catch, though. Let me reset my blinking light. Did I cross off? Should I be crossing off one more? I know we get one, we're activating one more with this Hope Reborn. I just don't remember if I failed to cross off if I undid one. Normally I do a different thing. Help me keep track. I don't remember though if, well, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so I suggest with our last upgrade that we use it to get a feather in an area that we haven't been before, which would either be here or here. Which one would you prefer, Jonathan? Here or here? I think here. North. Jonathan agrees. Because this is easy for us to get to. This is hard. And this seems like maybe where the Amber Knight might be. Although if we built here, we could get into here. But okay, let's do here. 82. So we get out our 82 card and we just slot it in. You have asked a small group of scouts to go to the east coast of the bottomless sea. When you get back to the Citadel, you can learn what they found. Okay, so we put this here, and then at the next preparation stage, we'll be able to read that. All right. So we still have other upgrades to do because of our buildings. Let's see what we've got. Destroyed grain silo. We get 1 production. Okay, we're up to 3. Place of worship. We take 249 cards to start us out with some glimmers. It seems like a no-brainer. That's pretty useful. Market. We can take a 149 card to barter and return 2 barters to take a 199. If you're at the Citadel, 1 player takes a 149. Okay, let's take a 149. How perfect is that? Each player may return 2 cards to take a 199, 2 barter cards. Okay, so the question is, do we want to return 2 small barters for a better barter? Now, we do have 2 flutes. We don't need 2 of these. So we could trade 1 of these in, but I'm not sure that we... Well, Is it time to do Mirror of the Soul? No, I think we've got one more of those to use. I'm not sure we have other barter items we want to give back. We have some jam. We have some juggling balls, but juggling balls are pretty useful. So I don't think we want to do this thing here, Jonathan. I don't think we definitely don't want to trade in both of our flutes, so I don't think we have enough to trade in. I don't think we have any other spare barter items that we want to give back. That still worked out very well, that market for us. Okay, now the pen. Again, we've debated this plenty of times, but the pen says you got to give back your animal and get a new one. Give back your dog and get a new dog. So we are going to do that. We'll do our random shuffle, though. There's 3 different dogs you can get. Is there anyone we haven't gotten? We've gotten the Warhound. We've gotten the pet. And we've got the hunting one. Okay. Let's see who's going to come out with us today. The Warhound is amazing. The rest of them are just cute. All right, the hunting one's coming out with us today. So be it. Okay, that was the pen. The library is on its way to destruction, but it's not destroyed yet. So we do get a book. And our rule with the books is that if we get a book we've already gotten before, we give it back. So let's get ourselves a book here. Have we seen this one? Have we seen this one, Jonathan? I mean, I don't think we want it. We don't like it, but have we seen it? Do we get to trade it away? I don't remember it, so I guess we should keep it. All right, that's it. Fruit book. I don't really like those, but it is what it is. All right, let's see. Any other upgrades? The smithy has been destroyed. The tavern isn't destroyed, so we get to take a 6 card, which is our side missions. Ground shiver 5 to 7. Okay. 7 to 9. Oh, look, you could take the middle ones too. That's cool. There's some overlap. I guess 7 we can take anything here. All right. I suppose it makes sense that we take the highest level ones we can. Unless we see something that's a mission specific for us. Which ones of these do or die? Hunting trophy we took, do or die. Okay, we're going to take do or die. 44. We got to write this in our side quest. Do or die. 44. You can see we've got a healthy amount of side quests here. Do or die. I mean, I don't want to die, to be honest. So I'm not sure this is the right thing here, but Brisk gives you a discreet wave. That guy over there keeps talking about you, implying you might not be fit to lead the Citadel. Time to show everyone what you're made of. Write down do or die on the side quests. At the beginning of the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel and the characters have a combined total of more than 20, Check the initiated and finished and get one influence. That's pretty boring, huh? All right, well, it's pretty frequent for us to come back with more than 20. Kind of boring quest, to be honest. Okay, let's just write it down in our notes. Go back with 20 health. Okay. So that's all of our buildings triggered. What about any side quests that need to trigger? We've done the banner. Is it broken for solo? I think it said when you come back. I think it said you have to be coming back to the Citadel. That's the beginning of the preparation phase. So it's going to have to it's going to have to be before you reset, right? So you come back, you've got some amount of life that you've come back with, and then down here you reset. So we have to come back with life. All right. So Poison Hamlet we finished. The banner we finished. Mirror of the Soul, we still have 2 more checks. Maybe for fun, we're going to use up all those mirrors and see what happens to our story. Causes and Cures, that's the one that just says cure people. We have a card for that, I think. Cold Hard Cash, we're just looking for coins on cards. Thirst for Vengeance, we have to spot tracks of the amphibious creature and fight it. This one we have to steal Bertha's thing in Kel. This one is a weird one, Gelatinous Hand. We don't even know how to reread that. What if we need to reread that? I don't know where we saw that one. Metal Prison, we have to kill 3 burrowers. We've already killed 1, sort of. This one we have to find someone that talks about a memory of a tattoo. This one we have to fight an epic monster, and this one we have to return with 20 health. All right, so I guess that's it for us. Jonathan, what are you drinking today? Tea? All right, we can fortify buildings if we want to. Just water. I never understand the people who drink water. Do we want to spend any of our 3 production to fortify a building? So we could spend 2 production now to fortify 1 building. Is there a building we want to fortify, either to help sacrifice it, or seems like just to sacrifice it? What would we fortify to sacrifice if we wanted to sacrifice? Like, I think we want to keep this Arcanist. So, and we fortified the pen so that we could kill it off. It's more valuable to fortify the expensive ones and then kill them off. Not sure there's anything we really want to fortify, though. I think maybe we should skip it for now. Like, it doesn't seem like it makes sense to fortify buildings you want to keep, because then you don't benefit from them being fortified. You only benefit when you knock them down. So I say we just keep it. All right, put a 75 into play. If the bloody plane can be seen on a feather card, it can. That's what we unpacked. You may instead put a 238 card into play and start down there. Should we start down there, Jonathan? Should we start down by the bloody plane? I think we should, because that's the one that's a pain to get to. So that would let us start at 212. We might want to see where the other elements are. Well, it's true, but we're going to have to go down here at some point, right? Like, this is the one place we know we have to go, and then we'll have to walk back up. So let's look. There's the area with the turnips. Where is the 212 card? Okay, so there's the 212 on the right side of your screen here. So we could start there if we want, which would save us this walk. But yeah, we're going to have to walk back. You think you want to skip the turnip totally. That's an interesting idea. All right, let's look about this thing if it wants mage. Okay, you're absolutely right. It does need mage. So, and we don't have a mage. We have an arcanist. Apprentice arcanist. Scholar. She's not even got a keyword of arcanist. So, and we may have found that guy in the water. Someone was telling us to pay more attention to this water. Is there something we're missing here? Is this might have been where we rescued the guy. All right, so Jonathan said though, but if we don't need to, if we will use the gambler's boon instead of the turnips, then maybe we don't even have to go here ever, is what Jonathan is saying. I don't think there's anything else that we definitely need to go here for. So maybe that would be smart. John says, it seems like maybe we should avoid going here totally. Well, you might have a good point. Of course, we could eat that gambler's boon ourselves if we're going to go down there. But all right, so maybe we'll leave that either for last or we'll use the gambler's boon. All right, well, we don't have... Do we have Kel's column? If Kel's column can be seen, is that... Let me just see here. So actually, we can also see Kel's column. It's right here. So we could start here too. I guess this is what... All right, so now we know we can start anywhere. Let me just put that aside. All right, so Jonathan was saying, let's go see where all these places are. And then the one I don't recognize, well, there's two I don't recognize, the 102 and the 105. All right, so if I bring up the other main map here. All right, the corals, that seems like they were there. Look, Jonathan, there's the corals. That's kind of dangerous. That's the only place you can find those corals. Up in this area of the Great Sea. So we're going to have to go there. I think maybe it's time to build that bridge over to that area, over the crevasse. We haven't really gone north this game. So there's our citadel right here. So we need to cross the bridge and get over here, or we can go, of course, this way. We can't build the bridge without high production. Okay, so maybe we have to take this longer route, which means we might want to start by Kel's column, which is right over here, right? So maybe we'll start here, Jonathan, and head up and get the coral. What do you think about that as a plan? Hopefully we'll meet a mage at some point. Remember those creatures that live there in this turtle shell? I remember those creatures are pretty fun. All right, let's do, I think it might be painful to sort of try to overplan all this, but I guess you could say, all right, what else are we looking for, Jonathan, besides those corals? Can we see anything else that we're looking for? Those are the corals. What are these things here? The rhizia berries. Where are the rhizia berries? We know where the turnips are. It says the rhizia berries are east, where the wind cross and the standing stone. Where is the wind cross and the standing stone? In the east. Is that these things here? Is that what those are? Are those these? The color doesn't really match. Shape kind of matches though. The standing stone. I mean, that is east. I don't know what the standing stone is though. There's more of them. I think that must be them, don't you think? Is that the standing stone? That little floating chair? I mean, that is east. Not much more east you can go. Just don't remember what the standing stone was. And then, are we going to run into those plants on our own somewhere? Remember, we're looking for the knight's grave. You don't think it's down here somewhere? There's the ladder to water bank, remember? Look at that giant starfish. There's corals everywhere. There's the creatures that live in the turtle. We've never been west of here. That's where the blue giants are. All right, the plants live in some flower area, so I wonder if we're just going to run into them somewhere. What do they look like? Oh yeah, they look like ferns. Surely there's a bunch of them somewhere in this area. You would think. I guess the question is, we're going to go get the corals, but do we stop heading north once we get them? All right, well, let's go get the corals. They're close by to where we're going to start. We're going to start at Kel's column, and then we're going to head north. Yeah? Good enough? All right, so Kel's column 238. Now, is there anything else? There's our glimmer of hope. There's our stuff. Is there anything else we need to remember to be doing? We're going to look for our people from Abra Mid. We're going to look for a mage. We're going to look for people to cure. And we're going to look for the Amber Knight's grave. All right. Well, why don't we take our first break before we've started actually playing? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, here we go. Lauren has joined us in the chat, and we've picked up a couple extra viewers using this channel to help fall asleep. No doubt I'll try to talk quietly. Kel's Column, a monument once erected to immortalize the greatness of the city-state, emerges from a basin where the gurgling river connecting the bottomless sea to the Great Sea rushes. Okay, so we get to start here since we built out our feather a little bit, and we've looked at that column. I forget what it shows, but no matter. Let's put ourselves on this safely and bring out our connecting maps. Don't really need to bring all these out because we know where we're going. Our plan is to head up north, right? Jonathan says, let's explore east first. Amber's night grave might be up around the Blue Giants. Okay, I think you've got a point there. You're saying we need to go east. So, because our thinking is that to the east, we think the berries are these things here. These little round things in the east. All right, let's head east then. Sure, why not? Go east, and then we'll head back up north for the coral, where we can explore more. Okay, I think that makes some sense. All right, here we go. I can zoom in a little bit here. Gotta stay at this zoom level to see. All right, so maybe I'll put these away until I think we need a different system where we don't bring out the exploration cards till we need them. All right. It's a waterway. If your figure's base is not in contact with the waterway, discard this. There you go. That's why I gotta always remember, put us on solid ground. All right, so this just gets discarded. And out comes 247. Ha, gotcha. You didn't get me. You didn't trick me this time. The remains of an imposing building, a large part of which has been washed away, stand on a shoal of what you think is the gurgling river estuary. What's an estuary? You hear that a lot about rivers. It's the thing that feeds into the river, or out is the recipient of the river. I think an estuary, maybe someone can fill me in here. Remind me, estuary. Or it's like an offshoot or something. All right, so it's a broken down castle. I wonder if we shouldn't go in here. I mean, we have been in here on a previous scenario. It's difficult to swim over to it, but it's kind of fun. I think we discovered some stuff. It's not a big adventure in this castle, I know that. Well, let's walk over there. Let me draw my first two cards here. Ruthless Attack and Second Wind. All right, so as soon as we've got 5 cards in our discard, we should use our Second Wind. Or as soon as we can, we should use it. All right, so I'm going to draw a card. We can keep it as we move over to, I guess, someplace here. We're not on this island yet. Strawberry flavored tea. That's craziness. Although I do like black currant tea. All right, so are we going to keep heading east, or do you want to go into this castle? The other thing I suppose we should consider is something we don't do that we could do is we could sort of like stay on a thing, and we normally go in a certain place, right? But we could like explore every place we possibly can. It would slow down the game, but it would help us get those magical creatures. All right. But Jonathan says you got to swim across the moat and then you drop all your items. Maybe we don't want to do this. All right, let's go east. So that's a 4. All right, I'm going to explore that. Whoa. Speaking of which, we just found the robot. A massive silhouette wades into a pool of water, making shrill clicks and hisses. Immediately after this is revealed, put the piece of alembic figure into play on your terrain card and take a 574. This little creature just came out. Looks like a teapot. Now, this is part of an expansion, but it's an expansion that we've never finished. There is a special box that gets unlocked, a tiny little box with a figure, if you can bring all of the 3 pieces of alembic together. And we have found a couple of them, but we certainly have never put them all together. All right, so it says, during the consequence step, put this piece of alembic figure into play on your terrain card or move it to your terrain card. The maximum number of hand cards you may have in your hand is decreased by 1. If you discard this, then the alembic goes away. All right, let's read this. Like most of the inhabitants of the collapsing lands, you have heard about this strange creature. You now know it is not just a legend. A long time ago, a famous alchemist settled in a remote area near Valengard to conduct his experiments in secret. When he died, his tower, left to decay, gradually fell into ruin. People said after every storm, animals from the nearby forest came to drink from its base without anyone knowing why. The rumor reached the ears of a passing nobleman who, in order to unravel this mystery, went to this forgotten place and drank the rainwater. No one knows what happened, but the individual spent most of his fortune to pull down the tower and recover a jumble of useless parts, gutters, cauldrons, and other scrap metal. He asked an ironworker to assemble them according to a precise blueprint. Thus was born the Alembic of Valengard, whose reputation quickly spread from Guyborg to Stone Heap. Many cycles later, when an emissary of the Worm Master demanded the submission of Valengard, the city hastened to ask Necro-Druid Nidadazzar to protect its famous Alembic. He equipped it with root legs, which moved it to a safe and secret place. And here you are in front of one of the pieces of the famous Alembic of Valengard. When all three pieces are reassembled on your terrain card, take a 444. So you have to get them all. And we've already noted this, but I'm going to note it again on a little card, that this was found in an IV exploration card. So if we're keeping notes on the Alembics, the teapot is on an IV exploration card, because until you're really ready to get them all three, this makes us carry one less card, and it doesn't do anything for us. So I don't see how we're going to carry this guy around forever unless we're really ready to try to find all the Alembics. I guess if you're playing with someone else, you would just that's a high price to pay, one less card. I mean, for us now, we could carry it around for a while, but I mean, you could carry this guy around for half the campaign before you hope to even try to get them all, unless you know where to find them. I don't even know if you'd say it's more punishing for solo, because one of the players, at least with solo, you've got a workable hand. If you're playing with multiple 3 or 4 players, one player is basically got nothing in their hand for the whole campaign. Suppose you could trade it around, though. But I think for us, since we don't know where the other Alembics are, we didn't take good enough notes. We should have. I know there's one that's hidden down there. I think they may all be in this 4 area. All right, we'll carry it around for a little bit. So this has to stay out to remind us of the rule, I guess. And this Alembic pieces goes into our thing. And I don't know if you picked up, but we just heard someone talk about the worms, so we become unleashed. Remember, that's one of our special things. Okay. So that was this that I explored. So 302 comes out. The river splits in two. One of the runoffs flows into a basin. So is that this? Doesn't look like it, actually. But we are told these are off in the east. These are the risen berries. East by the Wind Cross or the Standing Stone. If that's not it, what is it then? Is that it? Like, it sure looks the same, similar. It's just a different color, but I guess that looks closer to it. South of us. And that might be the standing stone there. That thing there. Do you think that's the standing stone? I don't think so. There's nothing to actually explore there. But, is that the standing stone? Surprisingly, the monument... Oh, that's that monument. We're right here, I guess. I don't like how this is like, if you see this, take this card. Like, there's no confirmation. I can't tell if that's it or if the color of my photo is wrong. Let's head to that square south and see if it looks more like it. Okay. I think that makes sense. But should we also be exploring some of this stuff? I think we should, Jonathan. Aren't you curious? Like, do you remember what... I'm going to walk over here. That's 3 cards. We get to keep 2 of them because of our ability, but if we're bringing this guy along with us, I guess this goes in your hand to show you that you're carrying this guy. So I just walked over there. I'm going to keep determination. I'm going to throw these out. This guy travels with us. For sure we're going to drop him soon enough because I want my hand, but do we want to look in here first before we go south? I guess we can look. We can do our exploring first. I mean, I wonder if should we try to get all these alembics? What's the odds we're going to get them all? All right, let's go here. Wisps of pinkish smoke escape from a hole in the ground. What? Immediately after this is revealed, if you have the Alembic of Valengard, which we do, take a 550. What's going on here? I don't remember this. There's 4 550s. This is exciting, Jonathan. All right, let's see what this 550 is. Does a piece count? No, a piece doesn't count, but we have the Alembic. Oh, you think it wants us to... It's asking if we have the whole thing? If you have the Alembic of Valengard card, I thought... Oh, maybe you're right. I thought we had the piece. I thought we had the Alembic card. All right. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. All right. So we don't have the Alembic, but it's clear this is where they live. And we have pieces. I thought this was the card. But we don't. Okay, you're right. We don't have it. All right, but clearly this is where they live, huh? All right, so there's our morning tea. So we've just found one of our items, which the easiest one we could find, the 101. They're everywhere. So we just got our first objective card for the morning tea. Now, we could take a 349, which is our super powerful stuff. It's the arcane energy, but we already have, there's only 2 of them, and we have them. Maybe, remember, they power our super weapon of destruction, so we should start using that because we know we can find it easily enough. All right, so this comes out. When we're ready to get rid of this, we said that was south. Okay, well, we want to go south, so I'm gonna do this action to get rid of this. The only reason not to do this if you think we should look in here first. I want to look in here. I don't remember what's here. I'm going to go look in here. Unless Jonathan remembers what it is. Inspiration. Take one card from your discard. That's pretty good. I'd rather have that. All right, I don't know if Jonathan remembers what's in there. I should have asked first. How bad could it be? At the foot of a ruined tower, a sign reads Stone Heap 36. ... Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible. You can't know how far you are. Okay, if no character is a weakness, we get a glimmer. That's great. That's our third glimmer. And you can apply the following effect from the terrain cards attached. Okay, so when we sightsee or whatever, we can do it for 4 less. That goes there. Which probably we should have known just by looking at our previous map, but that's what it is. All right, so we're gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead. Tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and explore here while this is here, because this gives us arcane while we're here. And I want to do a little bit of exploring in case we get alembics. In the middle of a stream, rodents have made a pile out of branches and garbage. One of them scurries away when it sees you. You think you recognize the cover of a book among the debris that makes up their habitat. Okay, so we could go our way, or we could try to get a book. If we're lucky, we get a book. In fact, we get a good book. Otherwise, we're going to get injured and tired. All right, so unfortunately, we don't have a way to make this any cheaper, I don't think. It's a lot of cards, but surely we're going to do this. We almost never don't go for the book. And we don't have anyone to help us make a swimming action cheaper. Even the dog won't do it. All right, but we do have a way to do a rest. So let's just do it. Let's just draw 5 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to draw 5. We need 1 success. It's impossible for us to fail. We must draw 5. We don't know any other good way to make this cheaper. Okay, so we draw our 5 cards. We don't get to keep any of these. We did succeed. Now we take a 13 to try our luck. Okay, we're jinxed. So we're going to use one of our glimmers. I wonder if that rule should be changed to say you have to use a glimmer rather than health. Okay, Lady Luck is on our side. All right, so we got it right. Remember, that's the astrologer's hut that lets us use a glimmer or a health. Depending on how greedy we are, sometimes we use the glimmers, sometimes we use the health. All right, so we got ourselves a book. 449s are the double-sided books. If we get a book we've seen before, we're going to keep digging and get a different one. Let's see what we got here, Jonathan. Sap and Blood. Well, we haven't seen that before. You cannot make heads or tails of what's written in this collection of necro-druidic rituals, but you do manage to decipher one of them, soberly titled Recall to Life. Call to life. Okay, let's see what it says here. In the darkest hour of the deepest night, go to a necropolis and find a recently closed tree of passage. Choose it wisely, for you need a corpse still held together by its muscles and ligaments. Otherwise, it will be a crawling mass of flesh and bone. Pull out the plants and weeds that have grown at the base of the tree, then dig a hole in which you will place a carrot before covering it with soil. Spread your blood over it and repeat 4 times Jizagul, Hefekazin, Cersei, Febas, Chazolapol, Zitzel, Mabion, Xatafef. Go back 3 steps. Present yourself to the one who's sleeping at the sleep of the dead. If the revenant wants to eat you, threaten them with a hoe, or if you do not have one, with a stick, while reciting the formula Shina. You will then have nothing to fear from him. That's insane. All right, but here's the clip notes. We must find the tree of passage. All right, we have seen those on our map. We have seen that on our map. If you want to take the flying action, you must be on the same terrain as the tree of passage. Discard a gambler's boom, which we happen to have. We had plans for it, but we do have one. A crackling sound resonates from inside the trunk. A bony hand emerges. Search of the carrot. We have a carrot. Now, we don't have a hoe, but we do have a stick. So, I mean, like, we have everything that this legend needs from us. We'd have to go... We would lose our carrot, though. But I don't know how we pass that up. Now, let's look on our map where that is. Where is that? Okay, look. I think there it is, Jonathan, right there. There may be another one somewhere else, but not sure looks like it, right? I mean, surely we're going to go do that. But we will have to, without the carrot, we'll have to go down south to the Blood Plains on our own. All right, so I explored that. That was pretty cool. 296 comes out. I am tempted to just go... Here's 296. Oops. It's tempting to fully explore the 4 area just to see if we can't get the robots. Like, are they all in 4? If we fully explore 4 area, will we guarantee to find them all? All right, I'm going to get rid of this now so that we can go where we want it to go. 333. On the other hand, we don't want to die during this mission because this is our second chance at this mission. A path leads in a winding route up to the top of the highest hill. There must be a clear view of the surroundings from up there. All right. So that's absolutely the berries. No doubt about it. So you were right. The other ones weren't them, but those are them. And I guess that's the standing stone or something. All right, so we're going to go get our berries now. One of the ingredients we needed. We're not going to have any trouble getting all the ingredients for this mission, so I think we can take some time to explore. All right, let's walk over there with our robot. We'll go over here by the berries. The robot can come with us. That's one card just drawn. We can move long distance without cumbersome. We don't really need that. Okay, there's enough cards here now that we should do our rest. I think this card, you should always use it once per game and then block it. Once per scenario. So we're going to take a rest, and I know Jonathan is going to remind me that we have sheep's wool, which lets us take a 152, which gets us confident. Well, these two are out. And we're doing the rest action, which lets us take 5 cards back in, including 1 into our hand. I guess that one's the most important one for actually accomplishing things. Let's say then you must choose 1 card. Then you may. So actually, I wasn't allowed to pick this yet. First 5 cards come out. And then one of these we can keep. Draw 1 or 2 additional. That's pretty good. Fine. Okay, so these stay in the discard. These 5 get shuffled back in. Jonathan says, I'm looking at some old screenshots of the map to try to see if any ingredients are near us. It looks like your corpse tree is 1 more to the south as well if you want to go south to do it. You're saying that tree, there's multiple copies of it. I'm not surprised about that. Let's see. 1 more to the south. We've been more to the south. That's not on my map. I guess you're right. There is a way south. It's not on this map. All right, well, let's definitely do that. First, let's do this. Let me not forget to do this. Okay, so we see this on our map, so we take a 105 card. That's another objective. Now, before I do that, let me put a 5 card here. Now, before we do that, what about looking at this? I think we got both of these things to look at. I think while we're here, we should search around here for Alembic. I mean, maybe we're going to see some bad creatures, but I think we should. We haven't been here in a while. Let's look at this. That's 1 card. We can keep this. Before I forget, this card gets blocked. So I didn't cheat. I'm still carrying this guy around. Should I just drop him or are we gonna, or should we be carrying him around? I guess we're gonna keep him around for a bit until we leave this area. All right, I'm gonna go look at this, which is what I just did. I just drew a card so I could look at 284 because I don't remember this area very well. Okay, there's multiple 284s. Let's see what this says. You pass a bush with blue leaves. Birds are feasting on its berries. Does not mean that they're edible for you. This is the real live berries. Oh, I see. That's what these are. So we could try our luck and eat them. If they're edible, we get a 153, which is like confident or whatever. Or they could be toxic, in which case we just lose one of our blessings or confidences. And we gain 3 life points. I think this is worth it for us. Yeah, let's eat this. Let's eat this. So I'm going to take a 13 card, but And then if we get jinxed, we might just throw out one of our blessings. And if we don't get jinxed, then we get to eat. Okay, Lady Luck is on our side, and we get a 49. What I think we'd rather not get this, because this gets discarded, which we'd rather not get. But this gets us 3 life points, which brings us up to 55. And we get a 153, which makes us even... Wow, we're in shape. We don't get that one very often. Okay, unfortunately, the bad lucks are more frequent now because of this. All right, so we ate this. We ate the berries. And then this gets discarded. Okay, so that was that. But we could do this again, because there's another 284. I'm going to do it again. I'm afraid the birds are going to attack us, but I think it's good for us to learn what this other 284 is. Yeah, the birds are trying to get us now. All right. Well, we can dodge them or we can fight them. And we're going to get a 151, which is unleashed, which we already have. So that's easy enough for us to use this and then get it. So let's fight them. They're evasive. Try to do this quick. Evasive just means that for every 3 cards we draw, we'd have to lose an extra 3 cards. So we're going to try to do this with only 2 cards. So how do we do this with 2 cards? We just need a strength weapon. There. The war pick will turn 2 of these into 3 stars. That's it. And then we'll get this back. So we don't have to draw any cards. We don't have to draw any cards. We must draw 3 cards unless we can reduce the cost. So we actually need to find a way to reduce the cost, which we can with our net, but we could lose the net. We'd rather not lose the net. Do we have anyone who can help us fight? Yes. All right, you can see our system, our whole troop here are coming together. All right, so he can fight and draw 2 less cards. So now this card, we only have to draw 1. It won't trigger evasive. This and this will do the 3 points of damage. And we're done. There's the 1 card we've drawn. It's 2 dexterity and a success. We don't need it. We've overkilled him with 4 stars. So we've defeated these birds easily with our war pick and Garignac. And we've done it in reasonable amount of time. No dice need to be rolled. We lose this card, but because we shoot away the birds, we get this card 151 back. And we're right back where we started, having only lost 1 card. But now you know that the 284 doesn't get you anything sometimes. All right, easy enough. What about this card, 312? I don't remember what this card is, so I'm going to have to do it again. 312. Trying to do it as efficiently as I can. Okay, there's 2 312 cards. Let's see what they are. Getting to the top of the promontory is more challenging than you anticipated. Discard all the other 312s. Okay, without looking them. Reveal 1 face down exploration card attached to your terrain card, then either put it back face down or return it. This is letting us look out. All right, well, attached to your terrain card. Okay, so this one we get to look at. All right, so we could either put it face down or turn it into an expression. Let's see if we want this card. Crystal Tords. Okay, the Crystal Tords are very dangerous. But, hold on a second. We do have a sack of grain, and we have music. So actually, what is a 171 card? You move peacefully towards the Tords. I think we have to, that makes us encounter them. But instead, we could play music and just get a glimmer. Is it worth a couple cards for a glimmer? We don't have to face this card. We can just throw it away. Is it worth drawing 2 or 3 cards for a glimmer? I guess a glimmer gets an upgrade, so it kind of is. All right, so I'm not going to throw this away. So I'm just going to put it face down. And then we're going to get rid of this card. And then we're going to do this ourselves. And we're going to play the flute to these creatures. We can draw as many cards as we want. We need 2 successes. We have a free success here. And we have ability to draw 1 or 2 extra cards here. So I am going to draw 1 card. If it's no success, then we're also going to use this. If it's a success, actually, no, let's draw 2 because we're hoping to get this without using this. Okay. So with our 2 cards, we got 1 success. So I think we'll just use determination for our 2nd success. That makes nice music for the Tords. That gets us a glimmer. The only reason we did all that is because we're almost at 5 glimmers, which would give us an upgrade. And we're moving at a good clip here. Okay. So, 216. Okay, 216 has a special flag, but not for us. Brisk waves fade away once inside the small cove. Over time, the great sea has finally engulfed the gourd. A steep hillside leads to a promontory on which gnarled trees have grown. Okay, so there is another one of those trees. And stuff to look at. Wow, I don't really remember this area, to be honest. But Jonathan says we have been here, according to some older screenshots. All right, let me put these all up here somewhere. All right, well, let's walk over here, carrying our creature. That's 3 cards. That's a pretty good card. I'm still carrying this robot with us. All right. This is how we get to the swamp people. The swamp people? Who are the swamp people? You mean the stilts people? This is the stilts. These are the stilts. I see. These are the stilts. We haven't visited the stilts people except when we were on the mission to meet them. So the cards might be different now. All right, let me put the card out so we don't forget. But we're leaving the 4 area, which is unfortunate because I want to do the Olympics. All right, let's do this tree ritual. This is kind of scary. But I think we're going to do it now, right? Sap and blood. This could go horribly for us, but there's that tree, a tree of passage. We must be on the same terrain, and we have to discard a gambler's boon. Are you okay with us using up a gambler's boon, Jonathan? It means we'll have to go on our own down to the Blood Plains. It will make the mission harder. It certainly will. But I think we should do it. Because I don't know how much longer we're going to have a stick. All right, here we go. We're doing it. So we're doing a spell. We're discarding the Gambler's Boon. We're drawing a card. We don't need any successes. The crackling sound resonates from inside the trunk as a bony hand emerges to tear away the bark. The being that emerges then throws itself to the ground in search of the carrot. Here's your carrot. So we get to keep one of these cards that we drew, which is this one, which I wouldn't mind keeping, but the robot is taking up all our hand space. Take a 471. Wrapped in a worn-out toga, the creature staggers in your direction. Purple mushrooms have grown on its scrawny limbs, and it gives off an unpleasant odor that quickly attracts a few large green flies. Whoa, look at that. The dead return to the living. People will take a dim view of you, a dim view of this corpse walking beside you. Immediately after it's revealed, take a 131. This is all bad. Where's our... Shouldn't good stuff be coming to us? You have committed one or several reprehensible acts, and word is beginning to spread. We now have a bad reputation. So if we have 3 or more influence, we just lost 3 influence and lose this. All right, well, that's happened to us. Fortunately, we have enough influence to spare. So that's not the worst thing that could happen to us. I just don't know why we've done that. All right, 1, 2, 3. We're now down to 13 influence. I just took off 3. Now we have this creature with us. We didn't have a choice about that, right? We had to. You may apply the following effect. Actually, I didn't have to do this now. Maybe I shouldn't do this until we need to. 1, 2, 3. I gave us back the influence. I guess we're going to go into the city. We might want to get rid of bad reputation. But, So this thing can absorb wounds for us. This thing can just absorb wounds and give us a random symbol of our choice for any action. It's a constant wild card symbol. That's pretty huge. On every turn, we've got a constant wild card symbol. And we can return the bad reputation. So we could, right now we're carrying around a bad reputation, which could hurt us. But we can get rid of this on our own and still keep this creature along with us. He only lasts for this scenario, though. He's temporary, so actually it goes away. But we could get him back anytime we want to go into this sap and blood thing again. That's weird. All right, I think we should get rid of this because bad things might happen to us. So I am going to, after all, because I want to use him for a bit. So I am going to bring us down to 13 influence. I am going to get rid of bad reputation so that we can carry this guy around with us. That's kind of creepy. Okay. He's like a companion, but he's only temporary. But all right, let's remember we have him though, because he can generate a random symbol wildcard at any moment. All right. Now, what's our plan? What do we have left to do? We need the turnip now on our own. We need the coral to the north, west. Yeah, he's gonna go. He goes away automatically at the end of the scenario. We can't keep him for long, but we could regenerate him anytime we wanted to. Because we can, anytime we're at one of these trees, we can summon him up again at the cost of a bad reputation. All right, let's decide where we want to go now, though. So we could go south to the swamp people just to say hello. We could go up to this thing. I forget what that guy is all about, what he wants. And there's the quarry. But we need our plants. We need our plants. Where are our plants? And we need our coral. All right, let's get the coral. I know I've seen those plants somewhere. All right, the coral is up right there. All right, so time for the coral. We're going to retrace our steps and then go west. But now we got to decide, what are we going to do with this creature? Just let him go? All right, maybe we hold on to him until we leave the 4 area. Let's see, where are we now? Down there. We don't want to go to this river, Jonathan? I guess not. All right, I'm bringing this guy with me. That takes 3 cards. Don't get to keep any of them because of this guy. Powerful, that's pretty good. And then up again, 1, 2, 3. More cards. Stupid healer card. Flag card. That brings us there with this guy. Okay, then we go left with 1 card. So here's to gain 3 life points. Now, normally we can't do this, but now we have the woman. She lets us keep an extra card. And she can turn flags. All right, it's not worth the trouble. So we want to go south and west, but we don't really want to go south yet, do we? We're on the... We're on the castle. So we want to go south and north and west. Yeah, let's go north. Maybe we'll find some more alembic. So I'm going to turn over this card. Unfortunately, it's drowners. These plant creatures spread their fronds near water sources to drag their prey into the water and drown them. Unfortunate for us. The 151 are good cards. That's unleashed. So, all right. Well, we got to do this here. All right. We don't have to engage with them. We don't? You're right. It's not a forced fight. You're absolutely right. It goes right. It's weird. No, it goes right here. And we don't have to do it. Quite right. We can just move along west. That takes another 3 cards. I'm still carrying this creature along with us, but now we're out of the 4 zones. So probably we should start. That was a good catch, Jonathan. Probably we should drop this creature if we're not going to try to get all his friends. All right, there's a 3. Let's do that. We need to go north sooner or later. Oh, look what it is. It's an unveiler. All right, so let me reveal that terrain. There's the terrain. Obviously, in the area that was once called the 84 Hills, nowadays only a few hills remain surrounded by ferns. Where's the ferns? Because that's what we're looking for, is ferns. Don't see any, though. All right, well, let's put this out here. And let's put the alembic. Then we don't need this anymore. All right, that was a good catch, Jonathan. Now, clearly we want to go up there and dig. So I'm going to draw a card to move up there. I don't want this, so I'll keep this alembic with us for one more time. Up he comes. All right, you ready to dig up here for these things? What's our rule? How do they do it? Where is their unveilers? All right, so to dig is 3. Will we dig up that same skeleton with a weapon? Not sure what you mean by that, but we can dig. Where's our dog? Does the dog know how to dig? No. No, dog does not know how to dig. But we do have a war pick, which can be used for digging. But it doesn't really help us. We don't need any successes. We just need something to reduce the number of cards to draw, and we don't have anything. All right, we're just going to do this. 3 cards, but we need to get our health back first. Seven, 8. Okay, so there's 2. 1 is that. We lose 8 health. That brings us down to 47. All right, we're down at 48 health. I feel like we keep getting a card where we dig up and get some generic weapon. Oh, yes, you're right. If we get that, I say we keep digging. If that 400 card is that same skeleton, I say we banish that card. Okay, so here are the cards left. There's 5 of them. We get the skeleton, I'm going to banish it. It's the time travel machine. All right, so if you want to go on your way, you just discard it. Otherwise, you can dig. Take a 416, which lets us time travel. Not time travel, lets us jump around. So we should just throw this out, right, Jonathan? We should just throw it out. I mean, I don't mean draw another card. I just mean just throw it in the discard pile, right? Or do we want to remind ourselves, dig it up? We could just dig it up to see where it could teleport us. Okay, let's do it. So 2 cards. We get to keep these cards if we want them. I'm going to get rid of this alembic piece as much as it breaks my heart. Because it's pointless to carry it around forever. So he's just going to run off so that we can keep a card. I'm going to keep this card. I'm going to keep this card to let us have better dialogues, just on the odd chance that we need it. This is our discard. Okay, so we digging it up. Oh, that's what I just did. Is that what I just did? Can't remember. I'll just draw one more card. All right, I dug it up. I keep it. We get a 416. Which we have seen before. Actually, there's a gold 416, Jonathan. So if you get this, if you dig it up once, you get another one, I guess. Okay, so, all right. Device, which reaches up to your waist, is mounted on a ring the size of a large plate engraved with inscriptions on its edge. Reading them, you know it's an ancient teleportation portal. The steel is marked with the hallmark of the Machinist Guild, an hourglass in its gear wheel, next to that of the Mages of Arcanum. We should write that down because that might be where we could find a mage to hire. Mages of Arcanum. And we should also look up in the glossary about the passage tree. This must be the result of a collaboration between the city-states of Gaddle Rock and Kel from when their leaders were still on good terms. The portal should be able to transport its user and anyone else they choose to any desired location, assuming you manage to make it work. So you have to try to make it work first. So if we fail, nothing really wrong happens to us. We're not good at building because we don't have our machinists with us, but we are good at spells. So if we use this woman that we just hired out, to do this, we need 3 successes. She's going to let us use one of our cards and then flags to get a success. So that's 1 success. It's not going to be enough, but what else we got here? We have confident. We could use that for 2 successes. It's still not easy for us to do that. How are we going to pull this off if we want to do this? I'm not sure we can make this work, Jonathan. I'm not sure if we ever even really care, to be honest. I guess we could do it with flags. If we drew enough cards, we'd certainly get enough flags. We've got one free flag from our dead guy. Do we want to do this? I forget how this works. I know we never really liked it. I know we never really liked it, but it's not like... I think we should just discard this. Banish this. I guess if we banish it, we don't have to draw it again. But it's a 416. It's not like it's going to come out with the alembics again. I don't think it's that useful. Let's just I don't know. Do we need to learn how this works again? I mean, we can get it. All right, let's just get it. I'm going to use this. I'm going to draw 4 cards to get us enough symbols to make this work. All right, so she gives us a +1. We're going to use this as our +1. So now we can use 2 cards, and there's our 3 successes right there. All right, so we spent our confidence to do that. Hope it was worth it. We spent our cards. She helped us. She's very powerful. We get +1 knowledge because of that. Which never hurts. We banish this card so we don't have to deal with it again. We get the gold 416, which is the thing that lets us travel. This goes away. This goes into our supply, and this is what we've unlocked. The machine emits a dull hum. It works. According to the inscriptions, the first step of teleportation is utter concentration on your destination. You sit down in the center and begin to visualize where you want to go. So we can just discard it. And for the rest of the mission, it's built. So if we counter it again, it's built. But now let's see. Put one of the... So we throw away all the cards on the board. And then we could teleport into the bloody plane. And you can't go any place that's not on the map. So we could go to the bloody plane now, so we don't have to walk down there. Is that what we want to do? That wouldn't be the craziest idea. We've dug up this creature. It wouldn't be the craziest idea. On the other hand, we're near the corals, so... I mean, the bloody plane, we have to go down and back up. This would keep us from having to go both directions, but then we have to explore it on the way up. So, really, there's no point. But you know what? Let's, can we leave it out here so we take a photograph of it or something, you know? So we remember from next time? Or we could just write it down. 416 is teleport. Destinations. Let's remember to take a photograph of this so we don't have to come back to this thing. All right. Otherwise, we discard it. Okay, so we know where we're going. We want to go west and then north. So let's do it. Um, what about this, Jonathan? Do we know what this is? We don't remember what this is, do we? We're going to have to do it. One card, 312. I feel like we did a 312 recently. Am I wrong? There are no 312s. There's nothing to do. Taking this card back. All right. There's no place to go north from here, so we're doing this. What have we got? You hear rustling in the foliage nearby. You have just enough time to stand guard before a barrel emerges. So we can turn flags into a success. Now we have to fight a barrel. We can give it provisions, though, to scare it off. To ward it off. Let's see. Well, we have plenty of flags. We can give it a gift or a 3 and 4 if you return a provisions. I mean, we do have a lot of food that we don't really need. We've got mushrooms. So we do have this food that's worth 5 cards, which is like a health or 2. And if we defeat him, we get a 49, which is a glimmer. Or our hunting quests. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So if we fail to give it a gift, then he charges. We'd have to take a 174 and fight him brutal and epic and get some food out of him. How important is that side quest to us? Hunting trophy, 127. I just want to see if it's some story we get to read or if it's nothingness. Okay, so if we fight the bear, if we get our trophies 3 times, if we fight 3 epic creatures, we'll get some Hope Reborns. This isn't for us. This voluntary, long, drawn-out fightings, Jonathan, that's not for us. Like, if we'll get that, if we get it. If we have are forced to fight some brutal creatures, then we will have to. But that's not our personality type. If we're forced to fight a bear and kill it and skin it and eat it, we'll do it. But if we can just give it a present, let's just give it a present. We don't need this food. A hungry bear, give him the food. All right, so I think we give him this food we've been carrying around. We clearly don't, it's rotten. We don't really care about it. So I'm going to give him these provisions. I mean, I'm sure we got people who are good at giving gifts too. But anyway, I'm just going to give him this 3 cards for force. We just need 4 successes on 3 cards. And we can use, what can we use? We can use flags in our hand to generate success, an extra success or 2. And if we fail, we fight him. I'm going to draw. Oh, no. We're not fighting, though. We're not fighting. So I'm going to draw 4 cards. I think this should be enough to get it for us with all this. Okay, here we go. So with 4 cards, and we can use 3 of them. So there's our 3 cards, 3 successes. But we have 2 flags, which is an extra success. So there's our 4 successes. Exactly. And we lost our food, which gets returned. And we've thrown some food at the bear. He loses interest in our case and leaves peacefully, which gives us a 49, which gives us 5 glimmers. We're going to trade these glimmers in right now for a 99 so we can do another upgrade. And the bear goes away. That's fine. That's fine. If a bear wants to fight us, we're not gonna run away from we are gonna run away from the bear like a sane person. We have to fight it, we'll fight it. But you don't voluntarily fight a bear when you can give him a piece of food. I mean, that's just common sense. Common sense and a good lesson you would learn if you watched The Revenant. Okay, 79. Numerous stumps that litter the surroundings testify to logging work that's been done here. Further north, a bridge spans a wide crevasse. Okay, so here we are. We've been here before. We know north across the bridge is where we want to go. We still don't know where the ferns are. It might behoove us to locate on our map some ferns so we don't leave the area where they are. But we're on a mission to get some coral. And I guess I'll put this out. All right, why don't we take our break? And when we come back, we'll go get some coral. I'll see you in 8 minutes. we were discussing what to do, and I think we've agreed that we were going to head straight up north to get the coral, but since we're right about in the middle of the map, I think it makes sense for us to go down to get the turnip, which we now need to get because I wasted our carrot on reviving an undead creature. And then we'll go north to get the coral, where we might explore if we have more time. It's a dead end down south, so we might as well go there and come back up and see how much time we have left. So we're still going to continue west, but we'll just dip down south when we get a chance. All right, so if we go west, that takes 3 cards. We can keep 2 of these if we want. Yes, we do want these instead. I think instead of ruthless attack, ignore unsettling. That's pretty good, but eloquence, we don't need that. Okay. And now we're going to head south. I just want to take a look at something. There's no number on there, is there? Kind of looked like there was a number at the base of that tree. No. Okay, so unless there's something for us to look, we're going to be coming back up this way eventually anyway. And I was thinking, we're looking for these ferns. I haven't seen them on any terrain cards. Now I'm starting to think they're on these cards, maybe in these lush areas. So it wouldn't hurt us to explore here either. So let's take a look down here. You almost touch a plant covered in prickles. A cactitumor? A cactiar? You can't remember what the necro druids called it, but you remember that its juices cause hallucinations at best. The area is infested with them. When you take the following action, all characters must get involved. After making slow but steady progress, you leave the danger behind. So we don't have to go down here. But if we want to, we have to get 4 successes. Otherwise, we get unlucky, get injured, get sick, get poisoned. So I think the thing to do is just, as Jonathan pointed out last time, this is not forcing us to do it. And we need to go west anyway. So let's just leave this here. We don't have to come this way. Well, let's just go this way. Right? Unless there's some reason we think we got to go down there, which I don't think there is. Let's just keep going west. Unfortunately, it's more things. The ground gives way beneath your feet. You fall into a shallow, rock-lined hole. During the following action, the active players who ever revealed this, each reflex skill get a star. We don't have any of those. Okay, so we have to try to balance or dodge. We only need 1 success, though. You have enough time, but then we got to take a 13. If you jinx, something breaks. All right, well, let's see what we got here to help us with this, though. So we have a stick that lets us draw less cards. We have a stick that lets us balance. That's our success right there. We don't have to draw any cards. There's our success. Right? Is there anything I'm missing here? No. If it fails, discard this. Okay, it's not failing. Okay, so we use the long stick to help us avoid getting hurt. Now we have to take a 13, though, to try our luck. Okay, here's our 13. You're jinxed. All right, well, we don't have any glimmers to pay, so we're going to use our astrology, our fortune teller hut, to lose 2 health and draw again. Jinxed again. We have to do this again. We can't afford to lose this. 2 more health we just lost. Jinxed again. 2 more health. Wow, we've lost a lot of health doing this, but I think these are all good now. Wow, that's pretty terrible. All right, worse things have happened to us. So we lost a lot of health wishing on the stars, and we survived it, and we got a lucky card. Okay. You know what? Maybe we should have just let something break that was fragile. Okay, it's too late for that. Probably I should have just let something break that was fragile. That might have been bad thinking. All right, that was over here. So 128. It's easy to forget that sometimes the best thing to do is strategically lose a fight. Bottom of the steep hills, a path goes down a rocky scree that obstructs the passage. Okay, we remember this. No ferns here. I think the ferns are on the exploration cards. I don't think we're going to see any ferns on our own. Okay, so I'm going to walk over here. That's 2 cards. Okay, Jonathan wants us to keep the fast walk card. So it's good we drew it. We're going to plan to use this card. I don't really care about this ruthless attack. And our stick can go back. Okay, so the easy area is off to our left. Move these cards here. Throw that card away. We don't need that. So we want to go west and down. John says the ferns might be on the south of the ballista. You think so? There's the south of the ballista, Jonathan. I don't see any ferns there. The ferns are like white and green. I know we've seen them on some exploration cards. In fact, we might even have a plant food that lets us eat them. All right, where are we now? We are there. And what we want to do is go we want to go west one more, west a couple more, and then south. West a couple more, and then south. And then we're going to use our fast run. What about bottom left corner? Bottom left corner of this? Those? No, those aren't them. They're much greener. They're much greener and white. They're like striped. They're like stripy. It's the same similar shape, but no. All right, so we go west. You spot a promontory, which should offer an excellent view of the surrounding area. If you'd rather go on your way, you just discard this. Otherwise, get rid of a weakness. Once at the top, you move your figure to another terrain that's connected to this one. We don't care about any of this. We're just going to go on our way by discarding this. Okay, here's our 119. We don't really care about this. Jonathan, I don't think you're a plant person. I don't think you got a house full of plants. That's my guess. All right, so we're going to go west one more, draw a card. Care about that. Then I'm going to explore this card further to the... Oh, sloppy here. I think we're going to get those ferns before we're done. We're going to run into some ferns is what I think. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, this thing wants to fight us. The mouth of a watcher is visible in the ground. You notice the burrower just in time, but it springs from its hole to grab you. All right, it's an ambush. We have to fight it. The ambush is the one that means we can't prepare for our first step. Skip the gear up. So we can't use any of our items during our first battle with this creature. But look, it's only a 1. 1 and 1. And we can use our hand cards. We have a determination. And we have a draw 1 or 2 extra cards. So this thing shouldn't be that hard to kill. It's in the 1 area. I'm only going to draw 1 card. If it's not a star, we'll use a star or we'll do this. Okay, it is a star, so we've struck it. We've killed it. We get to keep this card if we want it to gain more life. I guess we're not that concerned with this. All right, so we've succeeded in going down to the next row, which we now can prepare for. This guy is so easy to kill. All right, where's our weapons? Where's our war pick? All right. Actually, the war pick needs fists. Not ideal for us. What do we got that's better than the war pick that doesn't need fists? Most of our stuff needs fists. And none of our people help fight? It's ridiculous. The net lets us use an extra card. An extra 2 cards. That's correct. Net is very powerful. Do you see this net? Do you see how powerful this net is? It lets you use 2 extra cards. I mean, that's pretty powerful. And this guy can turn flags into successes, but I don't think we even need this. This is 3 cards. Yeah, let's just use, I guess we can use both of these. All right, so we have to draw 2 cards, but we can use +2. That would let us use 4. I'm just going to draw 4 cards. I think we should be able to do it with, this is going to be overkill. All right, 3 cards. 3 cards, 3 successes. All right. Well, with 3 cards, we've got 1 success. 3 cards, we've got 2 successes in our hand. We've got 1 flag, and our Walking Dead creature can give us another flag. Where is our Walking Dead creature? Our Walking Dead creature here can give us a random symbol, which is going to trigger him. So he gets our 3rd star. So the Walking Dead has already come in handy. But I may have just broken our rope. Because every time we use the rope, we got to see if it breaks. I forgot about that. All right, I just broke our rope. It got blocked. It's going to unblock. That's unfortunate, though. That rope can come in handy. All right, well, I mean, if you don't use it, what good is it? All right, I got rid of this thing. But if you don't use it, I mean, that's how I play a lot of this game, holding on to things just in case. Brings out the worst in me. Okay, that was that. So I used the rope. Maybe it broke. I mean, it did break. Okay, this is the place where you can rest, I think. Yeah. I guess we should rest here. I'm gonna walk over there. I'm going to look over here, which is the rest, just because, who knows, maybe we need them. Okay. Discard all 120s. Hey, look, we get to unfix that net. So we can rest to unblock a card. It's not a hand card, though, so actually we don't get to unblock it. We'll just get 3 health. Okay, and we've got the sheep wool, which says we get a 152, which I think we already have. No, we don't. We used it. All right, good. All right, so we get 3 cards back. All right, well, unfortunately, we didn't get the net back. Isn't killing burrowers how we get our... That little guy was a burrower that we get credit for? I think we might be right. The mouth of a watcher, you notice the burrower. Yeah, we just killed a burrower. That's our mission, one of our side quests. 3 burrowers. All right, Jonathan, good work. We just killed our second burrower. We killed our second burrower in the mental prison quest. 1 more and we go back and talk them out of their hiding. Good work, Jonathan. All right, well, maybe we should be hanging out around here and kill these easy burrowers. Because they're not going to get much easier than that guy. All right. Wow, we're having to go very far west, but that's why we're going to use our fast walk eventually. And maybe we're going to find some ferns here. All right, now we got to explore here. Whoa, I don't remember seeing this before. Under the rubble of an old framework structure, you discover a massive chest with a rusty lock. Look at this chest, Jonathan. Some mushrooms under it, too. We don't need those mushrooms, but looks like some royal chest. All right, where's our guide, the thief? Surely he can open this. Don't we have a guy that's good at this? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. All right, so this guy turns flags into successes, and he lets us draw less cards. Okay. So we only need 2 successes with 3 cards. We probably can do that even without him. But if we need to, 1 success, 2 success with him. So we could draw no cards. In fact, arguably, we should draw no cards. But no, let's draw our 3 cards. And then let's draw our 2 cards. Maybe we won't need, if we get lucky, we don't need any help. If we have to, we'll use these. Okay, so 2 cards. We got 1.5 success. 1 flag plus our undead creature can once again hand us over a random symbol, which is amazing, to give us 2 flags, which gives us the 3rd success. This thing is very powerful. Okay, 1, 2, 2 flags. That's our 3rd. Oh, we only needed 2 successes. Ugh, we didn't even need it. Oh yeah, we did need it because we only got 1 success on our own. 1 success on our own plus 1 success from these 2. I'll just keep them handy. They're going to be useful. Okay, so the nasty lock does not resist for long. We got a 50. which is this stupid thing. We got a lot of those. That's just the way it works. A 199. Which is some cured meat. It's provisions, so occasionally something wants that. So like if we run into another bear, it's good to have a piece of meat to throw to him. Oh, we shouldn't complain about that. And a 155. What's that? There's no 155s left, so we don't get any 155s. Okay. All right. Not so bad. So a 94 comes out. And now hopefully we can start heading south. We've seen all this before. What do we need to go into that underground, Jonathan? Do we have enough I forget what skill it tests. Not that we have a reason to go underground yet. All right, so I'm going to walk over there. That's one card. We get to keep it if we wanted to. Do we want to gain life? We took this card, and it's very hard to use, but it is 3 life. We wanted to have the arcane woman help us with it, and I don't think we do. I mean, we should use it if we... Let me just see her. So she can help us take 2 cards. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do this because what's the point if we don't? All right, let's put this back in here. I'm going to take this card, and then I'm going to use this card. We're going to try to get 3 health back. She's going to help us. She lets us to use 2 cards. Unfortunately, we got to do this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 health, which brings us to 37. We've replenished our life. And we're going to get 3 health, which is worth 9 cards. So let's just make sure we don't spend anywhere close to 9 cards to get these health. Okay, so she's going to let us use 2 cards. We're trying to get 3 stars. We can get one this way. We can get one this way. I think we draw 1 more card. Let's see what we got. All right, so with our 3, we only get 2 cards. Okay. So 2 cards, we've got 2 successes. If we have 2 flags, we can trigger her. There's our 1 flag, and you know where the 3rd flag is coming from. This guy. This guy actually had to be declared each time, but we're just going to consider him always declared because we don't fail. So he's always declared. That's why he's out on the table. That's our 3 stars. So we get 3 life points back, and then this gets blocked. Now we're back up to 40. Why not? There's no point in having that card if we're not going to occasionally use it. Okay, continuing now south. And if we get another burrower, all the better. It sounds like another barrel. Good day, my name is Cider. I have been all over the collapsing lands, from the Black Ocean to the Puddle. And believe it or not, I don't even have a ground shiver. Guess Lady Luck's on my side. If you offer me a little something, I'll tell you the most incredible story. So we can give him a barter, a trinket, or a provision and hear a story. What do you think, Jonathan? Do you want to hear this guy? Give him a flute? Okay. We're going to give this guy a flute. We got 2 flutes. You can have one. Let's make sure there's nothing on this flute that's of any significance, like no numbers, no way to combine 2 flutes to make some super flute. Okay. Here's your flute. Tell us the story. Banish this card and read 152. He says, I knew a girl who knew a guy who had ventured into the foundations underground. It's a subterranean world, he said, ran through the whole entirety of the collapsing lands, whose structures made of chambers and corridors that regularly shift against all logic. Well, this guy, he met a gigantic mechanical oracle there who told him the following anecdote. This is like the alembic creatures. All right, so we roll a die. All right, the die is a 4. So we read 358. Tell you what I'd like to do. Hold on a second. I'd like to put a little mark on it to show that we read that one. I mean, I know we read another one too. But let's read that one again. 358. He says, here's what the oracle revealed to him. The owner of the inn of the Red Spiggy has hidden things under the floorboards at the root of his bed. Incredible, isn't it? Not really. Well, it's time for me to hit the road. We already know that. I think we should get him to tell us a different story, Jonathan. Do we have any thread left? We could fix the net. I don't think we do have any thread yet. But I wonder if we should tell him to have him tell us a different story. Because we already knew this. All right, tell us a different story, old man. We already know though. I mean, we gave him a flute. It seems like the least we could get is something we haven't heard already. All right, 6. So now he's going to tell us 600. He says, here's what the oracle revealed him. If a stranger entrusts you with a package at the Inn of the Black Horse, it would be wise to get rid of it rather than open it or hand it over to the recipient. Incredible, isn't it? Well, it's time for me to hit the road. You wonder if the old man misled you. All right, so we don't have a weakness, so we do get a glimmer. And this, we already knew this too. All right, we gotta stick with this one though, because I had forgotten that. So I'm gonna consider that good advice. Black Horse package. Discard it. I do have a faint memory of that, but I know that my greed would have gotten the best of me. And if I hadn't remembered it, I would have insisted we open it or something. Okay, and we get a book knowledge, which we're rapidly maxing out. We're now at 18 book knowledge. Okay. Down we go finally. Well, that was our exploration, right? So 108 comes out. Gracia's expanded. Okay. No ferns there. John says, am I misremembering? I thought that was the quest where we tried to deliver, but the mission had closed the inn. But if we had delivered, we would have been attacked. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. It was like a mission to kill us. That was that was pretty scary, actually. I remember we tried to deliver it, and the person would have tried to kill us. I do remember that. I don't remember all the details. All right, so now we move down here, staying on the path. That's one. Now we're gonna go up again. I mean, south. I'm gonna throw this. Well, I guess this is over here somewhere. Okay, south. We just need to keep going south. So that's a 2. Keep your eye open for the ferns. A decomposing corpse is lying in the grass. You swallow your disgust and shoo away the flies to search for it. Our luck hasn't been that good lately. I'm inclined to not want to spend money to get this. Jinxed. So, what's a 290? Is it just a worse item or does it hurt us? Because I'd be inclined to take that 290 if it's just a worse item. Because we don't seem to be getting that many good items from 149. Do you remember, Jonathan? 290, is it just a worse item or is it something bad? There's a lot of them. Don't remember. All right, we're going to take a 290. Let's see what happens. A leather jacket doesn't offer much protection. It's better than nothing. It's just a piece of crap. So we actually can carry one more thing, but we don't really want this. 2, wait, nope, just dump it right in the trash. Dump it right in the trash. All right, we're on our mission to get to the Bloody Plain. Any ferns here? No, but there are the Schleepels. This is a pretty weird little path we've gone on. I might just start getting rid of some of this terrain on our east. All right, down we go on the path. Now, we can keep this card if we want to talk. I guess we might as well keep it. Well, we want to keep going south. Double check the bottom right corner is the wrong type of fern. Boy, Jonathan really wants that fern. Jonathan really wants these ferns to be what we're looking for. 100% no. You'll see it when you see it. You'll see it when you see it. It's a very bright green and white stripe. Like a real fern. If you search online for ferns. Where is our... Jonathan is really struggling with this fern concept. I mean, in fairness, these are ferns. These are ferns. Not like I'm a plant person, but we need some very stripy ferns, some variegated ferns. So they're like this. They're like very stripy, bright white and green, not these very dull ones. They almost look like spiky, like porcupine things. All right. So, I mean, you could look at them here. No, those are the sheep. All right, let's go down. Keep going down. I think we might find them on one of these exploration cards. We're gonna get Jonathan a poster of one of these ferns. What are they called? The Vigarian roots, a perennial plant. Look at this creature. Look how cool this is. A rustling sound testifies to the presence of carmelians, corrupted by the necrodruidic vegetation. Best beware their hypnotic gaze and acidic saliva. And they're evasive. However, you might have spotted something. Did you spot that there's something that they trigger? That's right. We show them their reflection in our mirror of the soul, and they renounce their quarrel with us. They renounce their quarrel. That's funny. No, we don't have to fight them. They renounce their quarrel. Love it. Okay, 197. All right, there's our cemetery with our dead, dying trees. These are also not ferns, not the ferns we're looking for. Actually, it doesn't even say ferns. Ferns, it says Vigorina roots. All right, so let's walk down there. For one card, we get to keep this if we want it. Motivated, huh? I don't really care about this, but I also don't really care about eloquence. Okay, down we go. If you're it's been raining heavily and you've spent the day wading through icy water. If you're playing that scenario, we're not. Otherwise, by evening, your throat is itchy and you feel feverish. You must discard one hand card showing at least a fist icon. If you cannot, lose 3 cards. If you're injured or ill, take a 129. Well, we don't have a fist card in hand, so we have to lose 3 health instead. And we're not injured or ill, so nothing else happens. All right, that's fine. 137 card comes out. Part of the mire to the south of the crossing river seems to have been dried out. What about spare no effort? Oh. Oh, you're right. Somehow I was looking down, I was looking at the active abilities, not this. But you're right. Discard is showing that. Okay, so we're going to discard spare no effort, and I'll shuffle these 3 cards back in. Thank you. Good catch. Okay. So it's this stuff again. And I gotta make way for this map. This very tall map. Very unusual for us to have such a tall map. Such a big map in all directions. And it's gonna go further south even still. All right, now as soon as we walk on here, we have to do this action. And that costs us 3. Very expensive to go down here. Get to keep one of these. No Mercy's pretty good. But maybe Ready for Anything's better. In fact, let's see now. Oh, we can't. We have to do this. 193. Going's tough. The swamp only came up to your ankles. Now it's licking your thighs. Brackish water. Okay, we remember this. We know how to eat those mushrooms, though. There's a lot of mushrooms we can eat. Those are the morning teas, and we have a bunch of them. We have 2 morning teas. So this card comes out. Let's put it here for a second. It makes walking and everything more expensive, or we can return a glimmer. But we now see the morning tea. So for each morning tea we have, we take a 221 and we choose one of them to eat. So let's go ahead and eat this. Why not? We've so rarely been doing this. So we get to take 2 of these because we have 2 cards. That gives us less chance of being poisoned. Okay, let's see what we've got. We take 2, choose 1. This one says try your luck. And then if we get lucky, we eat food. Otherwise, we get poisoned. This one, we take a 152, which we surely already have because we're super blessed with everything. But then we can take 3 cards back into our action deck. So let's just go ahead and do that, even though we don't get the 152, because I don't want to have to try our luck. We'll just put cards back into our action deck, which have stars. There. 3 cards shuffled back in, so we've got more chance of success and a little more life. Return the others. Okay, so we used this one. This one goes back. And we could do it. We could keep doing it. But we know what the other one is. We know it's a try your luck, and we don't really care about it. All right, well, we know where we want to go from here, right? We're on a mission. Our mission is to just keep heading south past this deep, dark hole. Where are we? Oh, we're right here. We're right here. So there's nothing for us to do but head into the abyss. All right, here we are heading right into the abyss. Okay, it's going to cost us a bunch each time. What about our hunting dog? Don't we have someone who can help us do this more efficiently? There's a lot of hunting hound. He takes 3 less when doing compass. But compass is not quite what we're in for, is it? Unfortunately, it's this we need help with, not compass. We don't have anyone that's good at that, huh? All those people we have. Neil, odd, stranger. All right, well, there's nothing for us to do but to spend the extra 3 cards from this space and get out of here. All right, I'm throwing away 3 extra cards to flip this. Okay, now this is pretty bad for us. If you're focused, which we are, no, we're not focused. Wow, we're everything but focused. All right, well, the dog is good at this. So the dog is going to help us pay less for this, I guess. Because he's good at compass actions. So he's going to give us 2 stars and 3 less cards. It's going to give us 2 stars, but we need to get 5. Otherwise, we're going to block a companion, which we don't want. All right, so dog's going to help. Compass action, that's 2 successes. That's lucky. And we can use as many cards as we want. We draw 3. We should be able to do it once we add this. I guess if we draw 4, because we don't want to fail it. Yeah, surely this is fine. Okay, so there's 3 success, 4 success, 5, 6 success from the dog. We get to keep 1, which is the same as being able to keep 2 for us. We don't care about any of those. Okay, thank you to the dog. This is done. Now, actually, because this was this action, we should have thrown away 3 extra cards. Wow. 3 extra cards. But, yeah, we gotta throw away 3 extra cards. I don't see another way around it. Boy, that's expensive here. That's just the worst. This is the absolute worst card for us because it forces us to do this action that's so hard from here. Now we're gonna have to do it again once we get down there, but thankfully we'll be able to walk out of here quickly. But that's why we came down here right now, right, Jonathan? To see how much energy it's going to cost us. All right, we know all about this. So everything goes up. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. All right, so this is there. Now we're going to walk onto this, which because of this costs us an extra 3. wonder if we should start returning our blessings instead of this. Yeah, let's throw an Unleashed away instead of this. I'm going to throw an Unleashed away because we get these Unleashed back pretty easily. And then we just need one card for that. Okay, and now we want to go west. There's an 8 card. What the heck is this? The sky darkens with ominous clouds and soon a downpour spills over the region. Mancinella. Each character's figure space is in contact with the Mancinella. Must take a 13 and try your luck unless your book is 15 or higher. Well, our book is 15 or higher sign. But if we're not, so if you are jinxed, you get burned by the plant's toxins. Now, if we're not, which we're not, in fact, I don't see any Mancinella on this card. It's just holes here. So if you're not, you take a 13. If it's on your side, you find shelter. Otherwise, you lose all your ink, take a 1 and 3. We don't like that. All right, I think we're going to have to spend our glimmer to get past this bad luck if we get bad luck. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay, well, that's handy. Okay, so we dodged a bullet with this crazy stuff. Is that our list of secret society members or the decode instructions? What do you mean? Oh, ink. I see. Those are our books. I don't think those have ink. Is that what you're asking? You were asking if they were ink items. That's an interesting question. I don't think they are. Luckily, it didn't happen to us. Okay, so here we go. This is this terrible neighborhood. I'll check them during the break. All right, so now we're going to have to walk onto this. Look at this. We have never had a map like this, Jonathan. Look at this crazy map we've built. All right, so I'm going to walk over here. That's a +3. Wow. We're eating up a lot of energy. Are we going to be making music to people? Skillful dodging? I don't think we need any of this. All right, that costs just to walk on here. And now we have to deal with this terrible thing here. 254, the deadly plants that want to sting us. Voices calling out to us. Okay. You tread little by little toward the tall grass. Immediately after this is revealed, and each time you move your figure to the terrain card this is attached to, which is here, we have to do this test. We're not confused, thank God. We have to do a thinking test. 0 and 3, and we take a 150, which we don't have. That's good. Who's good at thinking? Our apprentice that we just hired on. is good at thinking. So she's going to help us do this. 3 successes. We don't need her this, but we do need her this. So we can generate 1, 2 successes automatically. We just need one of our own. I'm going to draw 2, 3 cards. Okay, so with 3 cards, we got 3 successes. So that was overkill. Shouldn't have drawn all 3. And we resisted, and we got a 150, which is focused. Okay, we should start using those cards. Thank you for your help, even though I didn't need your help. All right, this stays out there, but we can move to our left. And we're making our way to where we want to be to the turnouts. We're also making our way, Jonathan, to the location where some commenter said we needed to look harder. To the north, a cliff overlooks the crossing river. A man is building a stone hovel. We're not yet at the turnips. Now, let me ask you something, Jonathan. Are we sure that when we talked to this guy, he didn't say, hey, if you got a stranger with you, I know what to do with him? And then there was this river that we looked at and found nothing good. But the person commented on the video told us to take a deeper look at it. Let's do the look action at the river again. All right, let's look at this card. I mean, I know this guy wants to make some deals with us, but I think he only wants to barter. But what? All right, let's do our look first. I mean, bad things happen to us in this river, unfortunately. But we're going to do it again. We got a good hand for it. Before I do that, though, I guess we're going to walk on it. That's one card. I guess we need help. But before I do that, before I walk on it, I'm carrying around this ready for anything. Let me see. What do we need here? So powerful would let us use our weapon. That would be pretty good. Let me just see if there's anything else. Do you think we need this for the river? You just wanted to give us armor. I think you might be right. We really need help, but perseverance is pretty good. All right, I'm going to trade ready for anything for perseverance. Oh, 3 cards. Add them to your hand. Well, eloquence is not that useful. So for talking. I guess I'll take this thing that lets me fight there. Okay, that's fine. And now we're going to get health. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're down to 32. That's still fine. We got plenty of health. All right, and we're well prepared to... Imagine if we had tried to keep that Alembic with us for all this time. Okay. All right, we're going to try to look now and see if we can't see something better to do in these rocks. So 1 card for the 73 action. The river has washed away the debris that is piled up against the rock. You think you spot a wooden crate? Yeah, we did this. We did this. Is there a number here somewhere? Oh, I see the amphibious footprints. Maybe that was it. Amphibious monster footprints. So every time we see thirst for vengeance. Okay, well, that's our second one, Jonathan. That's our second thing for thirst for vengeance. The rules are once we spot two of them, and there they are, crawling out of the water. Once we spot two of them, we're supposed to read 343. So we're about to try to take our vengeance on this creature, and we are ready to fight it. All right, this could be exciting. Because we are ready to fight this thing. We've got our undead, we've got all of our blessings, we've got our weapon. Let's see what happens. You ready, Jonathan? This is going to be serious. You hear grunts interspersed with repulsive sucking noises. The source is a scaly creature who has its back to you. When it hears you, it leaps up to face you. A large femur in its right hand, a half-eaten carcass in its left. It may be 1.5 times your size, but you can see the fear in its big bulging eyes. It killed an innocent person. We're getting revenge. Take a 174 card and consider the fight action to have the epic trait. If you win the fight, you've avenged the murder of the companion of the woman you met by the waterside. Take 2 99s. If you don't win, nothing happens. All right, here we go. We got to fight this creature to the death. This is, we try to avoid fights when we can, but there's 2 174 cards. But this one, we've sworn vengeance for this woman. Here we go. You see, it's like a nameless creature. Wow, that's a lot of fighting. All right, and it has epic. What is epic trait? Epic means you just have to switch out. If multiple people are playing it, they have to take turns. All right, well, we're going to destroy this thing. We are well set to kill this thing. So let's just bookmark this. It just has epic, that's it. We're going to get some defense and some upgrades when we kill this thing. All right, let's figure out how to do this efficiently. We have bombs too. Yeah, maybe we should have an epic fight by using our bombs and everything. All right, now, if we succeed, which we have to pass it down, we're going to get a 100 card. All right, but let's just walk through this. All right, so it starts out with a 4. It's a forced fight. Let's take a look at this lineup here. So on the second fight, it's forcing us to draw 6. We need 3 stars. So that is like, you can't fail that. It's just exhausting. Same thing the one after it. So if we could find someone to tell us to draw less cards, that would be nice. So Garignac is the guy for that. He says you can draw 2 less cards every time you fight. So he'll let us decrease the cost of our fighting a bit. And now let's plan our weapons. So here's a weapon that says draw 3 less. So if we combine these 2 people, we could draw 5 less cards. That would be perfect down here. 6 and 1. 6 and 3. We probably don't want to do all of these. Look at this spear. Draw 4 less cards and use +1. can do this. All right, so that's how we're going to do these cheap ones. And then down here, look at the wounds you take. So for this one, we're going to do our scepter probably, or one of our bombs to do 5 at once. And maybe we should use a 4 at once. I do want to use this weapon that I've prepared for with fists. Where is that? We also have our chainmail. So remember, we're max 1 we can increase. So we have 3 fists. That will get us at least 3 stars with the war pick. And let's see, acid bomb does 3. We don't really need that though. Acrobat potion, orders potion. So I can definitely get 1 star from him. And with our undead and this, that's 6. So I think the thing to do here, actually, this is how we'll do this. We're going to kill this. We're going to do 4 damage here without drawing any cards. And we're going to block 2, and we're going to try to block even more with this. We're going to try to block all these. But I think the thing to do is to draw no cards. Use this guy to draw 2 less. So draw no cards. And then we're going to use these fists to get 3 stars. And then 1 fist and 1 thing to get our 4th star. Or I guess 4 fists would get us 6 stars. So let's do that. And then we'll block 2 of the 3 wounds, but not have to draw any cards. So blocking a wound would be worth it. Yeah, well, let's just do that. So I'm not going to draw any cards, but I am going to use this fist to generate 3 fists. The undead 4, that's 6 damage. And blocks 2 wounds. So we will take 1 wound though. But it's still a full success because we've killed and done all 4 damage. Okay, but we do take a 100, which is what? Roll and apply the following effects. So it's all good. Okay, let's see what effect we get. The effect is a 6, which is after moving the die to the next row, lower it by 2. Okay. Return this. Okay, that was cute. So this goes down to the next row and lowers by 2. So he's actually only a 1. This is a perfect time for us to use the long stick. Let me block the fist we use. Okay, so now we're using the long stick. The whole point of this is instead of having to draw 6 cards, we're dropping down and only drawing 1 card. And we're going to get to keep that card as long as we don't fail. But we have this that we could use to get the success if we don't draw it on the one card we get here. All right, well, we did get it, so we don't need to use this. We've gotten our one success. We only had to draw one card. This blocked 5 of the 6 cards we would have to draw. We can keep this in hand. And this goes down to the next row. Same exact situation. We're using Garignac and the long stick to decrease the number of cards we have to draw from 6 to 5. We're going to draw 1. Now, there is a weird rule here that says if you do not take any successes into account, discard this. So I think it's actually saying that even... Here's a rule question. John says, good use of the stick. Thank you. So one rule question that I have is, does it mean I have to take into successes from the cards I draw, or can I also count using a card as taking into account a success? I think maybe I have to take a success with my card. So I'm going to draw 2 just to make sure that I can take into account one success. Now, we have 2 symbols. We're going to use those to block 2, and we're going to use the undead guy to block another 2. So that blocks all of the wounds, all 3 wounds that would show up here. I guess that would have happened here too, from these 3 wounds. So I'm going to give myself back the life because we're wearing the chainmail, obviously. Otherwise, why carry it around if we're not going to use it? This undead guy is really helping us. All right, so we succeeded here. We dropped this down, and now we've got a tough fight on our hands again. But we're just going to destroy this guy. Now, Jonathan, should we use the firebomb on him, or should we use the... I think for 5, we should use our arcane thing on him, our super weapon, because we're more likely to find these on our own. All right, so this does 6 damage. All we care about now, we're not using the long stick anymore, but we can still... We can still use Garignac to decrease the number of cards we have to draw by 2. So we're trying to draw 0 cards, and we're just going to strike this guy. I guess we don't even need him. We're going to strike this guy with the Chthonian Scepter to do 6 damage on him and draw 2 less cards. You know what? This doesn't automatically disappear. You get to roll a die, but this is going to kill him. But we're using our chainmail and our undead to absorb. Oh, this needs this to activate. That's why we lost a life. Okay, sorry, I'm going down by 1. All right, so we still would need symbols to block health with this. 2 symbols. I wouldn't mind blocking that 1 health, but that's 3 cards. He's going to give us 1 symbol, 1 more symbol, and we'd be able to block an additional 2 health. I think that's probably worth drawing a card. I'm going to draw. I'll just discard this. That's what we'll do. I'm going to draw a card and I'll discard this if I have to. Okay, so I drew a card. I got enough symbols to trigger our chainmail. That blocks all the wounds. We used our scepter. It did great. We roll a die to see if it breaks. I'm just going to consider that it breaks. The arcane energy, we used it up. That's fine, as we expected. Everyone did their job. We blocked all the wounds. We did get a 99. Hope Reborn from that fight. That was a very good epic fight. It did feel epic. We did kill it pretty handily. And what is our reward for all that effort? We've finished this assignment. We've got this woman her revenge, just like we said we would. We get +1 to our defense, which is now at 11. We get 299 bonuses, so we're going to get a lot of upgrades from this mission. 2 Hope Reborns. And we finished our quest, Thirst for Revenge. All right, well done. Good work. Unfortunately, it wasn't brutal, so we don't get credit for killing something that was brutal, but we did a good job. So that was that thing. And I'm guessing maybe that was what that person was talking about, studying the river card. So is there any point for us trying to get this debris again? I don't think so. It's too much effort, and that 149 rarely gives us good stuff, Jonathan. So I don't think we need to get that chest, right? We're going to carry around those bombs forever. Hopefully they won't explode on us. So this is really ridiculous. We're probably not going to go back over there. I could probably get rid of those cards. All right, where now, Jonathan? Assuming we don't, thank you for your kind words about that. Should we do the other actions on the card? Yeah, I think maybe we should. So let's do this action, which I remember not having anything importing, but you know, maybe there's something we've forgotten because we didn't have the stranger. Shells are visible. We can just throw this away if we want, or we can get some mollusks to get some 6 cards. So, I mean, 6 cards is like 2 health. That's not nothing. The dog's not good at this, but what about our sticks and stuff? The long stick and the, no, not the rope, but the spear. Not the spear. The long stick is good at dexterity. It's use 1 card. It's a bonus success. We have our net. We can't use the net for this. Net wouldn't have been helpful. All right, so what? We need 3 successes. We can get some for free. We would get 6 cards and keep 1. But it's definitely not useful for us, this card. I mean, like, other than the health, is there another 215 we could do? If we finish this one? No, that's it. This is the only card there is. 6 health, 2 life points. 2 to get 6. I guess we should just do it. All right, so this is going to get us 1, and we can generate 2 more. I'm just going to draw 3 cards to get 6, and hopefully I won't have to. I'll take 2. Okay, here we go. We're doing this action just for fun. All right, so there's 2 successes, 3 successes, so we've succeeded in doing this action. We get to keep one of these in hand if we wanted to. I guess consider is not that good. I'll take this instead. Throw these out, and then we get 6 cards back, which is all of them. Don't take the fist symbol. What does that mean? Don't take the fist symbol? Why not? Why don't I want to take the fist symbol? If we talk to the guy and have a fist, don't we have to fight him? Is that right? All right, I'll give the fist symbol back. I'll take the... I'll keep this one. All right. You might be right. It doesn't really make much of a difference for us, so sure. All right, we're done with this card. It did not help us, but it's gone. All right, so the only other thing besides the treasure here is to talk to this guy, which is 289. Jonathan thinks we might have to fight this guy if we had a fist in our hand. It's not that. It's not the book. It's here. Sure would be nice if this guy could help this stranger recover his memories. The one-legged man is laying stones on a half-finished wall. His scarred chest is dripping with sweat, and he's got a wooden leg. All right, so he's got some mushrooms we could eat if we wanted to. If you reveal a card with a fist, Jonathan, if you reveal a card with a fist. So now you've made it more likely we're going to get killed because we don't have that fist in our hand. It's in our deck. But we don't have to deal with him because our influence is 10 or higher. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And we don't really care about those mushrooms. All right, 236. I'm just hoping that he wants to give this guy his memory back, but I don't remember that he does. I think he just wants, as you said, he wants to give us some armor. He says he's a surgeon in a past life. All right, we've had this talk with him. So we could block a companion in order for him to for him to recover someone. Or we could talk to him and he says, this may be more useful to you than me. And he gives us a stupid armor that we don't want. Useless. Hello, what about this stranger? All right, I guess we just continue going west. What else is there to do? All right, to the west of here, which is off map, this card. You inspect the area. The place seems safe enough for you to stop. So if you're exhausted, confused, injured, ill, no. If you have no card with weakness, we get a 49. That's a glimmer. We'll take it. And if we have a lembic, we got something else, but we don't. If we have no weakness, take 49 and a 1 card. We just got exhausted. We're not already exhausted, but we're going to sleep right now to get rid of this. This is the card that has a built-in sleep on it. I guess we're going to do this built-in sleep, which we can also use our sleep wall to take a 152, but we already have a 152, so it's no good. 4 cards. No one is better at doing that, so I'm just going to go for cards. We could keep one of these if we wanted to. Just keep that one. Sleep wall goes back. That chainmail armor. Remember, we got this chainmail armor from our friend, the Amber Knight. All right, so we got rid of exhausted because we don't want to get caught with this again. We did get a glimmer, though. Safe enough for us to stop, and it made us weak. I guess it wasn't quite safe enough for us to stop. Okay, 304. Here we go. What does that amnesia card say again about wounds? Could the one-legged man have triggered it? The thing about the guy who takes our wounds, the stranger, is like it tells us exactly what's going to happen with him. If we get injured, then he can get mortally wounded. Doesn't help us. All right, let's see. Here's going to be our turnips. Strange giant vegetables have grown on the patches of ground that the burrowers spared. A ruined tower standing on a cliff edge looks ready to collapse. All right, so we walk on this and we collect our turnip. All right, let's just walk on that and collect our turnip. That's 1 card. We can keep it if we want. There's a card that lets us go get from our discard, which is always useful, but I never take it. It's too much cognitive load. So that's walking us over to here, not stepping on turnips. And since we are now on a turnip card, we get our 104. So we have 3 of our 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 3 of our 5 objectives. We haven't found the fern and we haven't found the coral, though we know where to get the coral. So now the question, Jonathan, is why is it focused? Oh, sorry. Do we now head back, abort this with our special on the double card to get us all the way back? Or do we think there's something we have to do to wake up this stranger in this area? Is it possible that is he the mage? We just have to figure out how to get him to realize he's the mage? What do you think about that, Jonathan, that he's the mage? If anyone is lurking in the chat and knows what there's to do with the stranger in this area, if it's in this area, yeah. If it's in this area, tell us. So here's our map of this area. So when we touched the turnips, bad things happened. Look at this weird, creepy down by the sea. We went there. When we went in the sea, we saw this. No secret numbers. And this was the weird stuff about magic. Only magic can undo magic. So if we had a mage, we'd get to read some cool dialogue. I feel like our stranger might be a mage, but that we still can't trigger him unless we could wake him up somehow. And that doesn't wake him up. What happened when we tried to investigate this ruins, Jonathan? Do you remember? Like, is it possible that's his house and he'll wake up if we bring him there? I feel like only bad stuff happened to us here, but we actually are here. Should we try looking in there again? I'm trying to remember if we ever got a card that said, if you have a stranger, do something. I don't see any numbers. Surely there's no harm in looking in this thing. 2 cards for a map action. We don't have anyone that helps do map actions, do we? Not even that dog. That dog's not that useful. I'm going to do this, walk over to this thing. So I'm drawing 2 cards, 309. Because I can't remember if this ruins said anything. I seem to remember everything is bad here, though. Okay. You enter the remains of the Amber Tower. Only one section of the wall is still standing. Oh, this is the... pointless. Unless there's a number written on the wall, it's pointless. All right, that just cost me 2 cards just to do that. I forgot that was it. All right, well, it's cool. I like seeing in there anyway. All right, I guess we just run home, Jonathan. There's nothing for us to do here. The stranger is going to trigger in some future scenario, maybe. All right, so I guess we use on the double now. And we find that coral, yeah? All right, let's do this. So we're going to take this walk action, 2 cards. They get thrown away, and we get to go all the way up as far as we want. And where we want is, I think, there. The 1 card when we can start heading north. I think that's where we want to be. So we want to go north to the coral. So yeah, that's the card we want to be on right here. So we can cross the bridge, which is, yes, 1 more to the west. Okay, right there. Okay, well, we'll take a break. Then we'll go up and get that coral. We still have the route to find, though, too. 31 health. I got plenty of health, plenty of time, plenty of strength. See you in 8 minutes. 4.5 hours in, the thing that I love most about Seventh Citadel is how epic it all feels. We're carrying around this stranger, trying to get his memory back, and who knows how long it's going to take us before we ever encounter, if ever, anything that mentions someone that's got amnesia. Jonathan wants us to go off to the Blue Giants. The Blue Giants, who we met once, many sessions ago in our previous campaign. We ran into them once, and we had an invisibility cloak that let us escape from them as fast as possible. And Jonathan's like, oh, let's go looking for them. The Amber Knight fought them. Maybe he died fighting them. I'm invested in this archaeological quest. Just wish we had the invisibility cloak. We do have a whole bunch of Hope Reborns for upgrades that we should consider. We might even want to consider doing them for some feathers. But let's focus on our mission here. We need to get the coral. We know where that is. But we also need the ferns. So I've cleared the board of most of the landscape. I've actually put it aside. But the variegated roots are a perennial plant that can be found anywhere. I think they're found in the exploration near green areas. So I think maybe we may have to try to get some before we head back. But let's go get our coral. It's not so easy in that coral area. So I think the way up is we look at this and then we go up. We've got this living dead creature accompanying us, as well as the amnesiac. It's this campaign, Jonathan, has been like us and like 5 other people. We're just carrying everyone around with us. This thief we got let out of jail. This crazy woman, I forgot where we got her. This guy. We finally hired the apprentice. We've got the stranger. We've got the Arcane Guild hanging out at home for us. It's crazy how many people we have. I just remembered also, I wanted to check the glossary of the book because we did learn about a new thing in the glossary. There's your Blue Giants. But we learned about the Tree of Passage. Okay, it's just a one line here. It says, a tree whose trunk is used as a resting place for a deceased person in order to protect the remains from burrowers. So if we're keeping track of all the entries we read, we should add that to it. There's the blue giants. A tribe of blue-skinned asexual humanoids, which are generally 1.5 times the size of a human. Savage and fearsome warriors, they live in an inhospitable region northwest of the collapsing lands, formerly known as the Forgotten Wilds. Some claim that blue giants can regenerate. Others claim their blood is an extremely potent poison that kills anyone who comes in contact with it. All agree that surviving an encounter with the blue giant is worthy of a song. Don't we have to discard on the double? Yes, we have to discard on the double. We made very good use of that on the double. That was like 15 cards away. Okay, let's go up here. 140. Thank you for remembering that. The rock of this region is of excellent quality, highly prized by stone cutters, and ideal for construction. In addition to being useful for construction, the rock offers many hiding places. When you check a build symbol on the Destiny, if the Rockery Gorge can be seen, check one additional box. Then discard this. Huh. Well, we do have the Rockery Gorge on our map. We could do that now if we wanted to do another build action. I'm not sure we do really want to do another build action, though. So actually, this is not a way up. Well, I'm not sure why I thought this was a way up. Where is our way up? Is it, I guess maybe it's over here that we have to be to go up. Yes, I thought it was here, but it's here. I almost think we should be exploring to get some of those plants. Do we have 15 knowledge? We can read more about blue giants if we do. Is that? We definitely have more than 15 knowledge, book knowledge. We have 19 book knowledge. Oh, wow, I completely missed that. Okay, so we've heard about blue giants, so we can mark that with a little blue sticker. And Jonathan points out that if our score is 15 or higher, we can read 272 to learn more about them. I'm not sure we ever read this yet, Jonathan. Oh, yes, I think we did. The blue giants are convinced that other beings that inhabit the collapsing lands are their reincarnated forebears. According to their beliefs, all those who are not blue endure a life of suffering, and their mortal duty is to liberate them by ending their existence so they can be reborn in a new blue form. It's therefore very risky to come in contact with them without having first taken care to adorn yourself in this color. All right, we need something blue before we can deal with the blue giants. That's a good tip. Can we buy something blue? Some blue paint? I'm going to look over here just because I think if we could find that fern in one of these exploration things while we can, we should. Whoops. Well, actually, we don't have to fight this, though. Look what it says. If our book score is 6 or higher, discard this and read 176. It's a bone shrub. I just hope we don't have to fight something more. Discard this because we've got knowledge. 176. We say, I'm thick, Lojijazard, Ichaken Zapranifikov. You repeat the dark words once spoken by Necro Druid Ninadazer during a bone shrub attack on gardeners in the sacred grove. The shrub freezes, releasing the bones which fall to the ground. We got 249s for that, which gives us 4 glimmer of hope now. And it said the magic words that make us become unleashed. That was a very easy upgrade. One more glimmer and we're going to get a 99. We're almost out of 99s for this mission. 3 more left. All right. Well, that was nice and easy. And now 147 comes out, even though I don't think we plan to go here. No plants that we're looking for here, right? No. All right, we'll just put this out. All right, east we go. 1 card, we can keep it. There's a 2. Maybe we'll get lucky and our fern will be on it. Let's see. Oh, an unveiler. Okay. So 178 and then an unveiler comes out onto it. Here's our 178. A wide crevasse with a bridge. So this is an interesting thing because the rules say, the unveiler rules say, you know, you never go on this card. You never stay on this card. So it says if you can't put it on the card that terrain that comes out, you just pop it on your current card. All right, Jonathan, you ready to dig this thing up? I wish we should look for something that's going to allow us to dig for no cards. I don't have to keep wasting so much energy to dig up these darn things. You know we're going to get a bad... All right, well, actually, we should be digging up these guys because there's not much... This could be the mission where we get the gold, right? 3 cards, and we get a 400. There aren't that many left before the gold. 4 more, and we're agreed... I mean, 4 more is quite a bit. We're agreed that if we get the skeleton one, we're keeping digging. Human bones. This is the one, Jonathan. We're just going to finish this, right? We're going to keep digging past the human bones, right? Isn't that what we agreed? Although we could use that 349 now. But I think Jonathan says if you want to do it, that sounds like I'm getting blamed for cheating. All right, let's keep digging. Whoa. Okay. You pull out a massive chest with a triple lock decorated with glyphs. This complex device seems to have magical protection. If you'd like to go on your way, you just discard it. Otherwise, we got to lockpick or magic spell it. If you fail, weird things happen. Okay, so we've got 2 candidates to help with this. Have we ever seen this one before, Jonathan? Is this where the bad things happen? All right, so we've got, probably we want to use our Apprentice Arcanist, because that's what she's been training for, but we also have Garignac. So Garignac lets you draw 2 less. She lets you use 1 more. That's what we want. Okay, so we're going to use her. Now we can use 2 cards to get 4 successes. But this is going to be 1 success, 1 success, 3 success. So we actually, with cards in hand, we can generate 3 successes. So we are absolutely going to be able to do this. We should also see about these because we're just carrying these around forever. We should probably use them rather than draw cards. But maybe not. Well, are we going to have to use them? I mean, if we have to use a card, maybe better to use these cards that we could get back. Confident. I'm going to go ahead and use confidence just because I feel like we're wasting these cards. All right, so I'm going to use confidence. And then I know we can generate and we can use 2 cards with her. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're guaranteed. All right, I'm going to draw 2 cards. Okay, so that's 2 success of our own. 3 success. Then we just need 1 more. And we can use 1 flag from her and 1 flag from this guy, who we're always using, to generate our 4th success. I don't have to use up card in hand. But we did use our confidence. And just so everyone knows, like, don't accuse me of cheating because he's Perse, you have to declare him ahead of time. I'm 100% always using him. Always using him. And if we fail, we fail. And he goes away. But otherwise, he's always being used. All right, so we succeeded in this, Jonathan. And we're getting a 420. We're opening up this very magical chest in which we may get something we're scared. Jonathan says, we might have gotten the ring from a jinx. You might be right. You might be right. All right, here we go. 420 in the super magical chest. There's only 2 420s. Let's see what we've got. What? Death Dodger. When you open the chest, you were hoping for something better than a simple parchment, but your disappointment is short-lived. The spell inscribed on it allows you to revive a dying person by regenerating part of their vital energy. The spell is activated. One involved character adds this to their purse cards. When you become unconscious before anything else happens, gain 13 life points and banish this. How cool is this? It's an automatic get out of jail card, get out of death card. You have to do it to give it to someone, but as a solo player, there's no, well, you don't have to do it right away, but if you don't do it ahead of time until you need it, then it's too late. But once you sign up for it, it follows you around. It doesn't, and it's no wait. So maybe we just do this now. You could wait if there's any chance we're not going to have enough health, but seems like we should just do this. You have to succeed. What happens if you fail? Nothing. We might as well do this now, don't you think, Jonathan? So we don't have to worry about it and remember it. I suppose you could say it's better to wait till the end of the... I think we should just do it. So Let's just do it and be done with it. If we do it, are we going to look for the giants? Jonathan wants me to promise that I'm going to be willing to die if we do it. I cannot promise I'm going to go looking for giants, Jonathan, without blue. We have no blue. We can't go looking for giants until we have blue. But I'm going to do it now while we have the chance, while it's easy. So we're going to use the Arcanist Apprentice. And now we need 4 6 stars, but we can generate 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here. So we can generate all 4 without even drawing anything if we wanted to. So I'm going to draw 3 cards and we'll see if we can... let's not overkill it. I'm going to draw 2 cards and we'll use up some cards in our hand. Okay. So 2 stars, 2 flags is 3 stars. Oh no, we had to, yeah, she's +1. Okay, +1, so we can use both of these. There's 2. There's her is 3, and then we need 1 more, which we'll use determination to get us 4. All right, so that's our 4 successes, reasonably done. She is pulling her weight. We've now signed on to Death Dodger. It's now been, our name is inscribed on this spell. If we ever die, we get 13 life points and don't die. Boy, that changes things a lot. A lot of stress off our back. This guy probably helped us get that. He's been to the other side. All right, so that's the Unveiler. And now we can continue on our mission. Jonathan wants me to promise to go looking for the blue giants of death. 2 cards, and we go to the other side and keep 1. Okay, so 2 cards. We get to keep one of these if we want. I guess it's going to be this symbol. We put the 279 into play. Over here, the other side of this bridge. Bridge spans a wide crevasse. Small community has settled in the singing lane. These are the sick people, right? We cured them already, didn't we? Hey, is that our plant? There's our... I think that's our plant. Jonathan, I was wrong about it being on temporary. I think that's our plant. What do you think? I think that's our plant. Surely that's our plant, right? Surely that is our plant. Yeah, that's our plant. That's definitely our plant. I wouldn't mind seeing the stripes a little better, but that's our plant. I do have my microscope I could get out, but I feel like that's our plant. All right, let me get my glasses. This is how I got us into trouble on the previous mission. That's definitely our plant. I can see now it has the stripes. All right, let me look at it. 100% that's our plant. However, the only thing to do so the last time we played, I vouched for a card not being visible, and it got us into trouble. Not with the 7 Citadel, but with a different game. So after that, I said, I'm never going to let this happen to us again. So I went and invested in a microscope for us. If I can get it to work. All right. It's a little bit of overkill here, but you can see it's got stripes on it. So I think that's our, doesn't really help that much, but look how this printing is done. Look at how interesting the color printing is done. Little circular things. All right, well, we found it. All right, that's a lot of effort to confirm that we found our plant. All right, what do we get from that? Number 103. So the only thing we have left is the coral, and we know exactly where the coral is. That's pretty exciting. Oh yeah, that one's over here. Okay. All right, we don't really need this one anymore either. Okay, and then we're across the way. And we know here are the sick people, which is what this errata talks about. Now, where are we going here, Jonathan? It looks like we need to go. Here we are. We need to go there or there. Any reason not to head straight west? These are some bad things you got to look at and go in, but that's just where we got to go, right? So shall we just turn left? What about this place? Is there a reason we want to go in here? I don't even remember these people. Look at all this stuff. Do you remember this, people? Do you remember this? Like, who lives in there? I don't remember. What's this about? Keep your eye open for the Amber Knights graveyard. Look at all this crazy stuff. Here's the guy, Jonathan. This is the guy that when we delivered the package, he's had some bad stuff go on, I think. You go up and then one left. I think you can see some coral and not encounter danger. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. Jonathan says go up one first. All right, so first we got to go to 30. Here. Here. You inspect the area. The place seems safe enough for you to stop. Oh, we've been here before. That's what you said last time. Okay, we only need 1 star. We have energy to spare. Otherwise, we're going to get tired. Okay, I'm just going to draw 1 card. If we need to, I'll use my hand. Okay, we do need to. So I'm just going to use this. Wow, that's a block. That's, ouch, that hurts. Okay, I'm going to use this to get our success. Why did I not use, hold on a minute. Why did I not use her to help us think? All right, I'm just going to punish myself this time. Normally, I just call on her. All right, I'm going to use Perseverance. Oh, we get to keep one of these cards that I drew. I guess it's that card. All right, that was unfortunate. Oh, and unblock a card. A hand card. Do we need more energy or do we need... I'm going to unblock Powerful, which goes into our discard for fighting. Okay. Maybe I should have taken help instead, but that's all right. Up one more, said Jonathan. That's what we're doing. 194. I got to remember to use that apprentice when in doubt. The wind rushes between the walls of a rocky gorge, giving off an overpowering melody. Two cracks scar the ground, forming a pattern that reminds you of a cross. So this 284, I think, is just to eat stuff. So I don't think we care about that. We know there are some interesting places here, though. Okay, so I go up one. Can keep this card if we wanted it. This is a pretty good card. I think that's better. No, it's better than Bodyguard. Okay, left, you say, huh? All right. First, I've got to draw 3, which is here. Where's that system we were using before? Okay, I put this there. Then I turn this over. The rocky path gradually descends between two rocky escarpments. You walk for a long time before coming to a dead end closed off by walls 4 people high. You must take one of the following actions. If you have weakness, you can't climb. Okay, well, we can climb up the wall 3 and 3 and just be done with it, or 6 and 0. So we'd rather climb. We have the rope to help us. So we don't have to draw 3 cards. Here's 1 success. No one's good at climbing amongst our friends, huh? Okay, well, we can always use this guy. That gives us an extra star, I guess, well, I need to get more health. Okay, that's 7 health. 24 health we're at now. That's not infinite. Okay, so we can generate 2, 3. We can generate just with cards in hand. We could generate our successes, but it would be nice if we didn't have to spend them all. Let me draw 2 cards. Okay, well, only 1 success, 2 success, 2 flags gives us 3 success, and I gotta block this. That's fine. And it didn't fail, so everyone's fine. We used our rope again. We've used that rope quite a bit. We climbed up the wall in front of us, and that's that. Okay. The arid ground here is made of rocky strata formed into platforms. The wind picks up a thick layer of swirling dust. Okay, there's another one of those markers. We could look at the dust here. I don't remember what we ever saw. And there's, I guess, coral in the upper left. Well, let's walk over there. You might think that that's not the coral, but it is, because you can see on the map that this is all coral here. Like all these colored things are the coral. So as Jonathan got us over here to this safe little mini area of coral. So I'm going to walk over there for one. You can keep this card. So we've got the coral. So let's go give ourselves the last item we've been looking for, 102. There's our last objective. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have all 5. Wait, yeah, 5 objectives. We have 24 health. So if we were to come back with more than 20 health, we would achieve that other secondary mission. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 glimmers of hope. So if we could get one more, it would trigger another upgrade, Hope Reborn. Let's take a look at this 370, because I don't remember what that's all about. Do you happen to remember that, Jonathan? Few bones emerge from the earthy soil. So we could walk away. We could dig and try our luck. If we're jinxed, we don't get anything. We could get the bad jinx, then we'd lose a glimmer of hope or some health. 149, 249. This is just stuff we don't really care about. I mean, we could get something fun. Or it could be just pointless stuff. Most of it is just weapons and stuff we don't care about. Could be barterable items, though. Those are always good. Any thoughts, Jonathan? If it's not going to be exciting for us, maybe we don't bother with it. Jonathan says it's up to me. Yeah, let's just walk by this. We're digging for magic. We don't need this bullshit. We don't need these silly treasures. Now the question is, what do we do now? What do we do now? We're done with our mission. We've accomplished everything we set out to accomplish. We have reasonable amount of health that we could safely explore more. But we've also played for 5 hours, so it wouldn't be crazy for us to head home. The real question I guess I have is, if we are we're quite a ways from home, is there any place that we think is worth exploring? I mean, we have been here before, but not deeply. Like, this is a sort of dangerous area for our health previously. And there's some interesting things here. So we're right, where are we now, actually? We're here. We're in this card right here. So let me delete these. Okay, so we're here. So there are places we could go if we're curious. Like, okay, there's someone's home here. I forget what's in that home. There's someone's home here. This is where the arrows got us, Jonathan, where we had to sneak in into this abandoned fort and the arrows got us. And this is the sick woman? Yeah. Yeah, the poisoned Hamlet. Okay, but okay, this looks like this. What is this? Plans and Mechanisms Guild. She might have some objects for us. This guy wants a spool, which we don't have. So without a spool, I don't think we have a spool. There's no point going to that person. But we are looking for our Amber Knight graveyard. Something about a tree. Now, we dug up some other treasure here with a treasure map, Jonathan, remember? What is the card that looks like some sacks or clothing at the bottom? Do you think this guy can give us blue stuff? You think that might give us some blue thread? That's an interesting idea. Sew her new cape. He does seem like he's wearing blue and he's sewing blue. Like that guy might be able to give us some blue. But we need a spool. Should I have dug and see if I could? Maybe we need to dig and see if we get a spool of thread. All right, we're going back here to do this because now I realize we might need a spool of thread. All right, I'm digging this thing. Hold on, I don't need to draw 3 cards. What have we got to dig cheaper? We don't. I remember this before. We don't. Okay, 3 cards. We're going to dig. Then we're going to roll a die. Did it show up? A 6, which is a 299. 299 is a hatchet with a weight of 1. It's a projectile. You can throw it. Rather have a spool of thread, to be honest. But we have enough weight to carry it, so I'll carry it. And then this gets thrown away. Okay, well, we didn't get a spool of thread. That seems like that might be a good place to go get some blue. What about, look at that crazy creature. Somewhere here is where we dug for the other buried treasure. So somehow I don't think the Amber Knight lives there. But look, there's another building there. There's Water Bank. What's that? There's Water Bank. There's all the way on the left is the starfish. And those weird creatures and the turtle shell. There's the blue giants where they live, Jonathan, up here, all the way on the left. I think maybe it's time for us to head home. Unless there's some new region. Like, have we ever been to the east of here, Jonathan? Because we're pretty close to this. We could check out this, which we might have been too weak to explore in the past. The heck? I don't know if we've ever looked that far. You think we have? Because we're pretty close to it. We're right here now. We could go and go east. and look at some of this stuff. I wouldn't mind. On the other hand, if we think we got to come back to him with threads, maybe we're going to be back here anyway later. Look at this clearing. I don't remember us ever going there. All right, let's head up there. Let's head up there until we get into trouble. Jonathan, you let me know when you're ready to end it, and we'll end it. Maybe we can get one more glimmer, which would get us a Hope Reborn. All right, so I walk east. I'll go quickly, though. I draw a card. We could keep this one. Choose up to 3 cards from your discard. I am going to take this because if we can take we can get the fast walk card again. In fact, it's on here already. So when we need it, we'll come get it. Okay, so we're now at the cross. So north we go. Okay, so up here, VI. A crevasse prevents you from going any further. It's not very wide, but your gaze gets lost in the bottomless abyss. All right, if you're playing those scenarios, Otherwise, we do a balance, or 8 cards. Yikes. Okay, we're going to do a balance action. We've got a stick for that or something. Bring this guy in. There's our stick. So it's +1 and a star. It's not locked. We can draw as many as we want. I'm going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, and then if we need to, we can get other successes. 3 cards, that's overkill. I'm going to draw 2 cards. There's our 3 cards. Okay, so we can only use one of them. So there's 1 star, 2 stars, and then we need to generate 1 more star. And we can have him generate a flag, this generate a flag, and then turn a flag into 2 stars. All right, that's terribly inefficient, but it doesn't matter. I was too played it too close. Okay, and one of these cards I can keep. Let's just keep powerful for fighting in case we need to. And we discard this card. That brings us up to 359. Okay, now got something interesting for you, Jonathan. 359, there is a minstrel show, 359. Do you want to see the card of the minstrel show if we were doing the minstrel? Remember, we said, like, the minstrel mission we bypassed. Let's run into our minstrel group. Let's see what happens. The gorge where the gurgling river once flowed is filled with rocky ridges rising above the dry riverbed. 2 carts and their passengers are rushing forward, pulled by the bullocks. Whoa. We've met up with them in this gorge. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to give them a hand. 262. Remember, this is where we're supposed to talk them out. They've been long delayed. We expected them in town a long time ago, and now we've run into them here. In the first wagon, a group of men and women dressed in garish outfits are crammed together. Actors, obviously. The second wagon is piled with boxes and panels of colored wood, which must be the troop set. If you have an objective card that is objective number 1, read 330. Otherwise, banish this. I'm trying to remember, were we given objective 1 in that mission? We are really bending the rules. We are really bending the rules here. But okay, on this mission, in preparation, the touring company take a 101 card. Yeah, we were given an objective to start out. So we were supposed to have this as we went. I think maybe it's because there are multiple places you could meet this troop and it only wants you to meet them once. So this is when you first meet them, 330. So we're all on good track. Let's see what they have to say and why they're so late. We've been waiting for them for weeks. Oh, good day to you. This is us. Good day to you. I come from Ninadazur's Citadel. With whom do I have the honor? Oh, what a happy coincidence. We are planning to stop by your place after we perform our new play in Kel. This is indeed the troupe the link told you about. One involved character takes a 150. This is one of our blessings, but we already have it. And then read 361. All right, so we found the troupe. They're a week late. That's to be expected. 361. Now he's talking as if nothing happened. Okay, so here we go. What will you do? We could ask them not to perform. Ask them not to perform the return of the end times. Remember, the whole story here is that they're coming to perform and they're going to depress everyone. And we don't want them to. So we could either ask them not to perform that play, come up with a lie to keep them away from the Citadel, threaten them with reprisals if they play the return of the end times, or find a way to sabotage their convoy. You got any thoughts, Jonathan? I mean, my gut was like, tell them a lie, but the lies could come back to bite you. We don't want to spread rumors of like diseases and stuff. We could threaten them. We could ask them. Jonathan says we have a lot of influence. We should be able to convince them. Yeah, I don't think we should sabotage them. Let's just try to convince them by asking them nicely. 219? Okay, 219. We do have high influence, so although we lost some because of that undead person. Okay, we say, listen, I appreciate the time you spent writing and rehearsing this play, but wouldn't it be a good idea to do something more lighthearted, especially in these difficult times? Our community is just beginning to regain some semblance of serenity since the reversal. You read the disbelief on the actors' faces. Oh, you don't understand the work of true artists like us. Our creation is unique, a unique and profound play. Not one of those vulgar antics designed to elicit a few laughs. Every performance has been a success. This is a major work that will remain forever engraved in the memory of the collapsing lands. There's no way we'll change our program just for the sake of a few sensitive souls. Take 102 and read 361. Okay, so it would give us mission card 2. And read 361. All right, we're back here. All right, well, Jonathan, we are playing a character that can be ruthless when they need to be. We've tried to be nice about it. Now I think we're going to bring out our bombs, our fire bombs, and either threaten them or just blow up this whole convoy. What do you think? I mean, I did appreciate, though, the artistic vision. So, threaten them, says Jonathan. Okay, 297. Oh, boy. Okay. This is, don't even think about playing the Return of the End Times at our Citadel. Our community is just beginning to regain some semblance of serenity since the reversal. You may come on the condition you choose another piece from your repertoire, or I promise you'll regret it. Okay, then we do a result. If you reveal no cards with a fist, and or if you have 3 objective cards, okay, we don't. Following the rules, we have 2. So it fails. If your defense is 15 or higher, or you have a bad reputation card, we get a star. Or we don't have a bad reputation card. Our defense is 11, not even close. So if we reveal a fist, we would fail. All right, now let's look at what they're asking us to check. Negotiate 2 and 5, or 2 and 4 if we're unleashed, which we are. So we only need 4 successes. And if we fail, bad things are going to happen. Okay, but I think we can make this succeed because we have our elegant shoes and we have some people that are good in negotiating. Let's see who's going to do the negotiating for us. This guy, or this guy, or... Yeah, okay, these are the 2 people that can negotiate. And this one gives us a +1. So this guy, who we have not used for anything, we're finally going to use him. Look, he's an actor. He's an artist and a scholar. He knows how to talk to these people. All right, so all we need is 4 successes. And we can use these for this and these for this. Okay, we're going to use the undead guy as well. He's going to give us a symbol. And I think maybe what we can do is we could use our mirror to generate 2 arcane. No, we don't need that. But we do have we do have a potion we could use. Yeah, we could use the acrobat's potion if we wanted to. If we need it. Let's see what we need. So 4 success with 2 cards, but this lets us do it with 3 cards. So probably we draw 3 cards, we're going to get plenty on our own. But this would let us get 1. This would let us use another card. So we can actually use 4 cards if we spent that. All right, let's just draw 4 cards, and there's no way. We actually don't have a... Yeah, then we got it. Okay, 4 cards. Here we go. So we're only allowed to use 3 of them unless we use this card. But with 3 of them, 2 plus 1, we've got 4 stars already. So we didn't even need extra stuff. Okay, but this guy really helped us out. Actually, 3 cards. 4 stars, yes. Okay. So we've succeeded. This guy helped us. Our elegant shoes didn't really help us. And the undead guy wasn't needed. Neither was the potion, which we didn't use. Okay, so we've succeeded. Let's see what they say. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake, didn't I? I didn't make a mistake, but if we had drawn a fist, we would have lost that. So actually, I should have found a way not to draw all these cards. That was a terrible mistake, but we got lucky. Concerns written all over your interlocutor's face. What? Well, in that case, we'll find something lighter. Maybe the strange cohabitants or the eye in the mirror, for example. If you don't mind, we'll get back on the road right away. All right, so we did it. I took a very risky thing by not thinking, though, and drawing so many cards. I should have found a better way to do that. Okay, but you're relieved to have achieved your goal. The traveling troupe will not be performing the Return of the End Times for your community. You can continue exploring the collapsing lands or return to the Citadel. So this lets us get 399s, which probably we're not going to take because we didn't really do this mission, but I'll take 1. And a 152, which we already have. All right, so we got the story of the troop. We ran into them. We're not going to take full credit, but we'll take, I think I took a 49, and it was supposed to be 99 that it was giving us. All right, I'm just going to take one of the 99s. So that was kind of fun. Glimmers? Shouldn't we have another glimmer? Might have taken an extra hope reborn from them. All right, we help them. Why don't we call it a day and head home? Finding that troop, that was a fun little bonus for us. How do you feel about that, Jonathan? Ready to head back? It was fun that we did that troop. I don't feel bad about that. All right. We're going to head back. I guess we're going to head back to the Citadel and read the solution. 4 glimmers. Nice to get that last glimmer. Okay, we're going to take a break because we've reached an hour. Should we just read the solution? Do you want to take a break for 8 minutes, Jonathan, or do you want to read the epilogue? Go into the air conditioner. Read the epilogue. Okay. We have a lot of Hope Reborns. We have 6 Hope Reborns at the end of this session and almost another one with our glimmers. All right, so we're going to walk ourselves back. We actually had basically the whole path, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just going to tape on this thing. 6, 7, we don't have to do that. Actually, we don't have to do any bit of cheating. We just use the ready for anything to go into our deck and get our second wind, which we then take into hand and then we pay for to go all the way back to here, and then it's like 3 steps more to get home. And we're home. Okay. I bet you can hear that air conditioner now. All right, let's read our epilogue. Oh, you're right. We're probably going to get some Hope Reborns now, so it won't make a difference. Okay. So we've made it back. If you have 5 objective cards, which we do, we found every ingredient. Read conclusion A on page 32. Bael clasped her hands together, relieved. Oh, wonderful! You brought back all the ingredients. Once the antidote is concocted in her workshop, you accompany her to Ambrosus's bedside and make him swallow the potion. He seems to gradually regain color and finally opens his eyes. He's lost a lot of weight, but he seems to be out of danger. You'll probably never know the reason for the attempt on his life, but at least he should be able to tell you where the origin of the drums of desolation lies. If there are fewer than 8 buildings, there aren't, so we're fine. While you're away, you speak to several of the community members to inquire about what happened in your absence. 546. We roll a die. It's a 6. So we read 595. Gulp. We were visited, Lehan tells you. If your influence is 10 or higher, which it was, a traveling troupe performed a play at the Citadel. Their show was a great success and put a smile on the faces of the community. What are the odds of that working out that way? Take a 99 card. The troupe we just met showed up. Otherwise, it was just a traveler. No, it was the troupe that we met and pressured into not performing the sad play. That was amazing. Okay. And otherwise, we returned. So that was the 99 card. Nothing else. You don't get anything else. Return the objectives. Return the ingredients. Discard your hand. You finished it. And that's it. And then we begin the scenario, the epicenter, which could be the finale of the game. One or two more. This may be the finale, maybe possibly one more after that. Sure would be nice to find that Amber Knight's resting place. All right, that was a pretty epic scenario. Jonathan, a pleasure as always. I don't know what's next, but Jonathan and I will probably play possibly the last scenario on next week. Maybe 2 more scenarios is more likely. I'll see you next time.